One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it, and I've never gotten an explanation. I used to work at a pub that was 2 miles from my house. My shift ended at about 11 one night. I stayed for a couple of drinks and then started walking home. Now, this had been an exceptional night for me, tip-wise, and I had close to $400 in cash on me at the time. Between the pub and my house was exactly one streetlight, about a quarter mile from the pub. The rest of the walk was in complete darkness. This was a dark night, too. It was close to the new moon and cloudy to boot, so it was almost pitch black. And I live out in the boonies, so there isn't even much light pollution to help out. Not long after I leave the pub, a car slowly drives by me. About a quarter mile down the road, the car slows to a stop, and it just sits there. I stop walking and watch the car. It sits for a few minutes, then slowly drives away. A couple of minutes later, the same car comes slowly driving back by me in the opposite lane. It gets by me, drives a bit down the road, and slows to a stop again. And then it does a U-turn, starts creeping back down the road towards me with the lights off. At this point, I'm fucking terrified. I didn't have a cell phone at the time. There's no one around to see what's going on. The car is between me and the pub, so I can't get back to the pub safely. My house is still about 1.5 miles away. No way I can quickly escape there. I quickly run off the road into the woods, duck down behind a bush. I watch for the car, but it's too dark to see it with its lights off, and the bushes and tree undergrowth between me and the road doesn't help. I sit there for about 10 minutes. I don't see or hear anything. I'm about to make my way back to the road when I hear car doors closing. Now I'm really panicking. It feels like my chest is about to explode. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I keep imagining someone sneaking up behind me. I stay hidden. Hope to God whoever it is doesn't find me. I don't know how long I stay there, but I eventually hear the car doors again. Then, cars passing by. I give it a couple of minutes, then ease back to the road. When I see it's clear, I haul ass back to the pub, let my boss know what happened. He said then and there that I'm never to walk home alone again. Either him, his brother, or his mom would give me a lift home. When the other servers and the kitchen staff hear what happens, they say the same thing. I've never been so terrified in my life. I worked overnight at a Subway inside of a 24-hour truck stop. One night around 3 a.m., a guy came in. Wasn't sure if he was drunk or intellectually disabled, but he seemed a bit off. He asked if I had a sandwich for him, and I thought that he meant he called in an order. I asked his name, and he took a few steps forward, and I saw that he was covered in blood. He told me I didn't need to know his name and to just make him a fucking sandwich. The truck stop hired off-duty state troopers to work security for part of the night, and we were all friendly. I asked the girl at the gas station counter to ask Hitchcock, the off-duty officer, to come help me with a customer. The officer was alerted to a problem without the guy realizing. The officer came out and saw a trail of blood leading up to the guy, and when he walked up, the guy tried to run. They arrested him and found out that he'd been stabbed, but that he'd also stabbed another man to death and was gassing up the car, getting food to go on the run. He was in shock, didn't realize he was covered in blood. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can, because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as 2 of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens, me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in-between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogations started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together, yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, The FBI decided to set up another group specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food, and I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s. Brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means, but he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such-and-such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchantime peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet too, and the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening. But I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era. creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, one of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows. But the place was empty, or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back. The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. No cameras, no proof, he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early. But it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around. And I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention. Or worse, trying to lure me into something. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cells to use the communal bathroom at night. When I was going in for the 2 a.m. count, I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the second level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask them what cell they were in so that I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely no one. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And he had been. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He killed himself a few years ago." but he still hangs around. I still get goosebumps when I think about it. I'm a night janitor at a big city corporate office building. There are other janitors, but we're spread out on different floors, so we basically do our rounds completely alone. During my first week on the job, which started just after the COVID crisis started dying down, I noticed a lot of weird things. I think the first thing was the trash. I used to wear headphones and listen to music while I worked, but you'll see why I stopped in a minute. The main area is a bunch of cubicles crammed together, but they're in rows, so it's not like I can just miss one. I do them in order, and by the end, it's like I've made a circle. After I dump the trash, I make another loop with the vacuum. One day, I'm coming around with my vacuum, and one of the trash bins has quite a few empty chip bags, snack wrappers in it. I'm fairly certain that I had emptied it. But hey, we all have our moments. Or maybe they were just stuck to the bin, and I just didn't notice. Anything's possible. But then it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough to make me wonder. I also have to cut the lights off before I leave, so I turn them off as I finish each area, starting with the boss's office in the back. There were multiple occasions when I would be getting on the elevator, only to look back and see some of the lights were on again. This was enough to make me ask my coworkers had they had anything like this happen on their rounds, but they just made ghost jokes, looked at me like I was crazy, so I let it go. Then I heard a loud bang on window washing night, loud enough to hear over my music. It came from the big offices, and I had already cleaned and turned off the lights back there. When I went to investigate, I found more junk food trash in the bin, and one of the desk chairs was knocked over. Not where it had been sitting, mind you, no. It was now over by the window. That's when I went from, ha, weirded out, to genuinely uneasy. I'll admit, I've always been pretty superstitious, so that's where my mind went. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you're alone in a dark, creepy space. The next day I told my supervisor everything, asked if someone had died in the building, made a proper fool of myself. The building is less than 10 years old. No one's ever died in it. And it wasn't built on some taboo burial ground or anything sketchy. All in all, it's just another cliche, boring high-rise. I won't lie, I was disappointed. I'd really built up this whole lovable Casper-like ghost character with a penchant for junk food and pranks. But sadly, there was no backstory to fuel this fantasy. The more I thought about it, the more I began to think, if it's not a ghost, it must be a person. The fear that comes from ghosts is kind of a novelty fear. You know what I mean? It's a fun kind of scary. Most people don't actually think it could hurt them. But shady characters lurking in empty office buildings, they instill an entirely different fear. The bad kind. And that's when I stopped listening to music at work. Things continued as normal for a few days, and then I got the scare of my life as I was trying to leave. All the lights were out, and I was just waiting for my elevator. That's when I heard a door to one of the offices open and close. Then a set of footsteps started making their way down the hall, and someone was whistling the tune from Kill Bill. My heart stopped at that moment. And I don't think it's beat quite the same since. I didn't have anywhere to run. It was basically a race between those footsteps and the elevator. Which would reach me first? Well, as I'm sure you can guess, the footsteps won. There was just enough light to make out a tall, scrawny man in his boxers. His hair was sticking up like he hadn't groomed himself in months. I couldn't see his face clearly, yet my brain branded him with wild madman eyes. I was frozen with fear. I didn't know why I didn't hide behind my cart or the reception desk. I just stood there with a scream stuck in my throat. He saw me and froze. That eerie whistle tune died on his lips and he began rushing towards me. The elevator finally dinged behind me, and the doors shut just as he was reaching me. I found some of my coworkers, and we called the police. A few hours later, they were escorting the man outside. Later, I learned that he was laid off during COVID. I guess I shouldn't say his real name, so I'm gonna call him Ted. Ted really needed that job. Without it, he lost his home, his car, his wife. The poor guy didn't know what to do, so he snuck back into his old office. He'd worked there for years, so he knew the schedules, stayed well hidden during working hours. And then his mind became progressively worse. That made him increasingly careless. That night I found the chair knocked over. He was trying to throw it through the window so that he could jump. But yeah, those kinds of buildings aren't made with regular glass, so he couldn't break it. I really don't know what he would have done to me if the elevator hadn't made it in time. He wasn't a violent man in his regular life, but his mind was so far gone, there's just no telling. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost, standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first. Although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and heading to the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for one semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though, so I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remembered feeling the one below his click, too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. I was born in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and lived with my mom and siblings in Holland Park until the age of 8. We were all enrolled in the local primary school around the corner from our house. The school had those temporary classrooms back in 1989 when I was in grade 1. One evening after a function at the school, I walked past one of the temporary classrooms with 2 friends. We heard a strange noise coming from the room, sounding like a chair being scraped across the floor. Looking in through the window, I distinctly remember seeing a very small green man, looking almost like a toddler, with very long arms, jumping to and fro on the tables, scraping his nails on the floor as he went. I can remember feeling cold all over and simply turning and running, with my friends following behind. I'm now almost 37 years old and still remember this clearly. I have no idea what it could have been, though. If there is a logical explanation, I cannot think of what it might be. I've been thinking lately that it may have been some kind of Takalashi creature, or something along those lines. But what would it be doing in a classroom? Well, that's beyond me. I have had other mildly frightening experiences, such as hearing the back door of our house open while in another room. When I went to look, the door was locked. Other than these experiences, I don't think I've had contact with anything supernatural. But I do think this was supernatural. Any comments or insights on the little green man would be appreciated, if only to try and solve the mystery once and for all. As a security guard, I've definitely seen some creepy things. Nothing flashy like you'd see in a movie, sadly. Any of the stuff that happens is usually a mundane maintenance issue, steam leaks, failing equipment, old pipes, etc. Quirks of the building also come into play. Faint pops and clicks, strange smells of unknown, all normal. What does happen that makes a guard like me get shaky, even after 5 years in the same buildings, are the things that defy explanation after weeks of research and consultations. Things that happen when I'm the only living thing in the building, and the cameras outside confirm there's not a single person in 500 meters around me. Things like the booming laughter of a jovial man coming from the security hallway at 3 a.m. Whistle or hum a tune in the first floor gallery. Sometimes, if you stop mid-phrase, an answering whistle will finish the tune from the balcony above you. The distinctive scent of marijuana smoke filling a room like someone's been smoking in there for hours. It fills the room in seconds, lasts a while, and disappears just as suddenly. The cameras are set to record whenever they detect motion. A couple of corridors, including the one outside security, record the minimum 3 seconds constantly throughout both day and night. Like the hall is continuously traversed by unseen people. The facial recognition boxes were turned off by request of former guards years ago, because the system was trying to recognize faces of unseen persons going in and out of the security office. This would happen every couple of minutes. Shadows of people walking across cameras as you watch them, but never set off the recording software. At first, I thought these were pareidolia, effects brought on by fatigue or hallucination. Because yes, that does happen too. But this is specifically when fully awake and focusing on a single camera, and a shadow passes by. Like there's someone backlit, walking just out of frame. Conversations. The sound is clear, but the voices and what they're saying are muffled, and they're coming from a nearby room, taking place next to a catwalk 80 feet in the air. Some of these things happen regularly, while others were a one-time thing, or happen very infrequently. I notice them more when I'm awake and fully functional. The sleepier I am, or the less focused, the less disturbing my shift tends to be. I work at a cafe in downtown Anchorage. Quite a few homeless shelters in range, and a huge drug problem. One day I'm working behind the bar, and this redhead kid, probably in his early 20s, sits down in our seating area, starts chanting shit under his breath. After a minute or two, he starts moving his hands around, like he's casting a spell. Then he gets up, starts yelling and disturbing everyone. I walk over to him and tell him he needs to leave for the day. Dude looks me straight in the eye and says, "This is all a giant game. I'll fucking kill you with one finger." At this point, whatever. I get death threats a lot down here. No biggie. Shoo him on his way, and that's that. Fast forward to when we're closing up, around 9 p.m., so not technically a night shift, but it still counts. I lock the doors, and I start heading to the parking garage where my car is. It's probably about 6 blocks away, not a big deal. Winter up here is insanely dark, so it's already pretty creepy in downtown. About a block or two of walking, and I hear this hissing noise. I freak the fuck out because I can't see anyone around. I pick up the pace a bit, and then I hear hurried footsteps in the snow behind me. Fuck that. I book it to the staircase for the garage because I wasn't going to wait for the elevator. I'm about a staircase up and I hear the door that I just went through slam shut. I finally make it to my car and I get in as fast as possible. I look around and lo and behold, there's the redhead from earlier. Only this time he's fucking furious. He sees me in my car and books at full speed, starts hitting my windows and screaming, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." I door checked him and drove the fuck away. I called the cops the next morning and they found the dude. Apparently he thinks he's in the Illuminati and completely corroborated my story to the police. Small jail time and one restraining order later. Never seen him again since. Shit like this happens a lot. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office. Creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story. So this happened a couple of nights ago. Me and my friend were drinking and doing farm kid stuff. It was around 3 a.m., and we were pretty drunk at this point. My friend went inside and left me and her dog outside so she could go to the bathroom. My friend and her mom live on about 3.5 acres of property with lots of trees around it. And well, I needed to pee. So I was like, hey, to hell with it. I'll piss behind the tree. While I was doing my business, my friend's dog's hackles go up. She takes off running towards the trees, growling and barking. I call her over and over again, and she's still growling and barking. But then all of a sudden, she lets out this whine and comes running back with her tail between her legs. I pull her to the door into the light, and when I look back, I see something white running on all fours across the property. It didn't notice me, and I acted like I didn't see it, but I pulled the dog inside and went to bed. My friend's window faces where the thing ran, and I didn't sleep much that night. I heard heavy breathing at some point, but acted like I was still asleep. I don't know what me and the dog saw, but it wasn't human. And it scared us both because she wouldn't even go near where we saw the thing. What did we see? So, my current job. Y'all, I'm not entirely sure about this place. It's a hotel that's only like 3 years old. Nothing was really here before that. Though I don't know the history of the area. When I first started here, I heard one of the guests apparently killed themselves in their room. But I've never confirmed it. And really, so far, nothing crazy has happened to make me question it, but The other night I was making my rounds, emptying the full public trash cans. I went up the elevator to check on the cans just outside of them. And after checking one, I went back on the elevator and waited for the door to close. The door started to close, then immediately opened back up. Nobody was outside of it pressing any buttons, and nothing inside was blocking the door. Could be a mechanical glitch, so I passed it off. I did get a chill when it happened, as if there were a ghost there, which I do get when there's a ghost around, but it could have just been me freaking myself out. Those chills are very similar. But then tonight, I was in the break room bathroom. I use it frequently. While in there, I've heard the people above me in their room moving around, the people in their room on the other side of the wall moving around, and people in the public bathroom on the other side of the wall, flushing the toilet or slamming the toilet lid. My wife is the only other person working with me on third shift, and employees are the only ones who can access the break room through the laundry room door, which is keycard activated. I've even heard her come into the area before looking for clean towels for guests. From the bathroom, I can hear the laundry room door shut as it slams loudly. Tonight, while in the bathroom, I distinctly heard someone walking on the laundry break room floor and heard little things making noise like something being moved and tapping a table or a wall. I know those sounds well, and I'm 100% sure the noises were coming from the laundry or break room. I figured it was my wife looking for towels or something for guests again, except I never heard the door slam shut. I just figured she propped it open or held it until it shut quietly. When I left the room, I saw her at the front desk and asked if she'd been in that room. She said she hadn't been in there at all tonight. What's even stranger is someone spilled something sticky on the floor and didn't clean it up, so walking through there made my shoes sound sticky all over. But the footsteps I heard didn't stick to the floor. By the way, I did just finish mopping that area so that the floors aren't sticky anymore. Unlike those that I work with, I actually do my job. Both my mom and dad have told me this story, and I believe it because this is the only thing they both agree on. They divorced in 1988, and I first heard this story many years later. Back in the mid-70s, they got married and moved to Tennessee from Ohio. One New Year's Eve, they stayed with some friends. My mom says she doesn't even think they were drinking or smoking weed, which I find hard to believe considering I know how they were back then. But if she says they weren't, they probably weren't. Both of them were laying on the floor watching TV while their friends sat on the couch. Their young daughter was in bed sleeping. My mom heard shuffling and looked over from the TV to the doorway to the hall. She saw a short female making her way toward the bathroom. She was wearing a long, old-fashioned nightgown and sleeping cap. My mom asked the friends where they got their daughter that nightgown and cap and said they were cute. They said their daughter didn't have a nightgown or cap, that she just had pajamas. Mom looked at Dad and asked if he'd seen that, and he said he had. They checked the bathroom and nobody was in it. There was nowhere else for anyone to go. They checked the bedroom and the daughter was in bed sleeping in her pajamas. The house sat down below the road, which curved right as it got to the house and ran along in front of it. The friends told my parents that one night, somebody drove straight off the road and crashed through the roof into the living room, landing on the old lady that lived there and killing her. It was her that they saw. This is by no means the only encounter or story I have, just probably the weirdest. No, it is the weirdest, I'd say, without a doubt. My home is next door to a friend's, whom I grew up with. His parents live across the road from him and kitty corner to me. There's a field in between my friend's house and mine, I'm telling you all of this because location and home placement becomes relevant soon. So my neighbor's oldest daughter started messing with a Ouija board. I don't know if that's what started all of this, as we'd had incidents in the past, but all of this particular phenomenon that I'm talking about here, happened after. I tried to tell her that she didn't need to mess with it, that she didn't understand the extent of the things she was attempting to contact. She's about 14 and didn't listen. I know people play with them often, but I personally believe that they can let things in that you don't want. Anyway, a few weeks after this, my neighbor's stepson saw a light shining in his bedroom window. He went outside to investigate and found nothing. The light began to make an appearance in all three of the houses I mentioned: my neighbor's, his parents across the road, and mine. I'm grown, but I live with my mother because of a seizure disorder that I have, and I can't control it on my own. So my mom says one night, "I see a light." She said it looked like a flashlight through her window, but shining on the ceiling. I went out to investigate, quite pissed off because I thought someone was messing with my mom. I couldn't find anyone, so I called the cops. The deputy shows up and takes me around with him investigating, then makes a very interesting point that there was dew on the grass, even though it was night and my footprints were the only ones visible. Interesting and strange, I thought. Well, my neighbor's mom starts seeing this light every night in her bedroom. She sleeps on one end of the house and her husband on the other because he has to get up very early for work. So every time she looks out the window, there's nothing to be seen. She also starts to see what looks similar to a laser pointer doing the same shine through the window onto the ceiling thing. It apparently was not exactly like a laser pointer, but very similar. Now, here's where things start to get strange. My neighbor was in his garage and he saw the laser pointer thing on the wall of his garage. This was at night, and he was out in his garage smoking a cigarette. He stepped outside and sees nothing. Walks back in his garage, and it's back on his wall. Then he said it spread out, morphed into a weird, ancient-looking religious image, like something out of ancient Eastern religions. He said it was just like a Buddhist-type religious image. He didn't describe it really any better than that. So fast forward a few days. His mom had still been seeing this stuff, the lights, laser-like image, continually, every night. So he asks me to sit with him in the shadows outside his house and watch his mom's house. Her bedroom is facing his yard. We sat out there for about an hour or so, and we're actively watching her house for anything whatsoever, lights, movement, etc. We see nothing. But she texts him, saying that the lights are shining in her window. We saw nothing at all. So we took off to her yard and walked behind her shed where the lawnmowers are to get a better look. And on the way to the shed, he spun around and he said, "Man, do you smell that?" I did. I smelled something burning, like burning leaves mixed with sulfur. We looked around the shed toward the main part of the yard and lawn. There's a streetlight at the house right next door to them, so we had a good view of her lawn from this angle. And we saw that there was a haze or fog in her yard only. We thought that maybe someone had been burning something, but also thought it was strange that it was only in her yard. We spoke about this for literally 10 seconds behind this shed, and he said, "Hey, the smell is gone." I realized that he was right, and we looked around the corner of the shed, and the fog was completely gone. This would not happen in 10 seconds. Well, about a week later, his mom is getting fed up with the nightly light show. Instead of looking out her bedroom window as usual and finding nothing, she starts looking out the other windows. My house is kitty corner across the road from theirs, so when she gets to her living room, she looks over at my house and notices that there's fog behind my house. There are woods like 30 feet or so behind my house. She said it was in the woods and extended just into my yard. She said that it was dimly backlit as well. Not brightly, but noticeably. Okay, so here's where things get weirder. She says that at this point, 4 or 5 strange translucent figures come out of the fog into my yard, right outside my bedroom, by the way. And they went into the field between mine and my neighbor's house. She said that they were human-shaped, roughly, but very strange looking. She didn't go into very much detail about their features because she couldn't see the features very well from where she was. She said they looked somewhat like a hologram, but not exactly. I'm not sure what she means by that. She just couldn't fully describe their appearance. She said they came from the fog haze and into the field, and that they glided over the ground without taking steps. She also said that they kept getting in a group and bending over or squatting down, kneeling to the ground and doing something. She didn't have a clue what they were doing, but it made her think of a digging motion. So they glided across the field, across the road, through her yard, and past her house, toward the barn in her woods. She said that when she saw them pass by her house, the lights appeared on her ceiling in her room. She said that they made this strange journey back and forth a total of 5 times that night, all one after the other. This was a big deal in my little neighborhood for weeks, and then all the activity just stopped. That's basically it, and I just don't know what to make of it all. I'm a hunter, and I like to hunt wild boar specifically. Though I've been deer hunting and have been known to get a turkey for Thanksgiving, I mostly hunt boar. For those of you that don't know, boar are a big problem in the United States. A sow can have 2 litters a year, and it's not uncommon for a litter to consist of 10 or more pigs. Given that pigs eat anything and everything, it's not hard to see why the Department of Fish and Wildlife makes it legal to hunt them with almost no restrictions. In my state, it's illegal to hunt most large mammals with night or thermal vision scopes, with the exception of boar and coyote. I'd been saving for a year, mostly fun money. It's hard to explain to your wife that a scope that cost literally twice as much as the rifle I was mounting it on was worth it. But I did it. I took it to a range and sighted it in. There was an area that was peppered with boar activity that I knew would be perfect for a night hunt. It was easily accessible with my truck to find spots that I could set up that overlooked a large, easy-to-navigate clearing. The night started uneventful, mostly me tinkering with my new toy, cycling through settings. I was a little impatient. I spotted multiple deer, but they were out of season, and like I mentioned earlier, my current setup wasn't legal for deer. I moved to another spot I'd seen days earlier. That probably wasn't much better than my first, but it gave me something to do, and a new angle to look around with my new scope. After an hour or so of glassing the area, it dawned on me. This spot doesn't have much animal activity at all. No rabbit or owls. The deer that I'd seen were hundreds of yards from where I was. Why was this pocket of land so dead at night, but lively in the day? I'd set up around 10 p.m., and it was about 2 a.m. when I started to think about packing up. Maybe setting up a target before I left and taking some practice shots. I heard a crunch come from the direction I came from before. I panned my scope over and saw the silhouette of a small bear pushing through the bushes. It's important to note that my scope isn't exactly night vision. It's a thermal scope, kind of like black and white version of what you see in the Predator movies. I adjusted my range and zoomed in a little. I remember jolting a little when I saw that it wasn't really a bear. It was a man. Because he was so low and hunched over, I thought I was looking at a young bear. Was that a game warden? It couldn't be. I would have seen the headlights coming up the road from where I was perched. And where could he have walked from? I was 30 miles away from anything on public lands. I was about to call out when I adjusted my sights and noticed he was naked. No shoes, pants, or anything. I remember being disturbed by his movements, like a squirrel or something, twitchy and grabbing at the foliage, sniffing around and palming the tree. Was that my tree? The one that I'd been leaning against earlier? The thought terrified me. Could he smell me? Then he did something I still have nightmares about today. He squatted and placed his hands in the dirt between his feet and stared straight up like a dog mid-howl. And I heard it. A voice coming from that direction. A very compelling female voice. There was a long pause, but neither of us moved a muscle. The center of my sights was trained at the dirt in front of his feet. I couldn't bring myself to aim directly at another person. It went against everything I'd been taught about firearms. Were they lost? Was this some guy that had gone crazy out here? Why was his voice so feminine? The voice called out. That's when I called bullshit. Not only could he walk, when I first saw him, he was traversing the land with ease for a naked person. So good I mistook him for a bear. That's a fucking trap. This guy's trying to lure me to him like a damsel in distress routine. Luckily, the lack of activity before had caused me to pack up most of my gear. I think I may have left behind a hat and a sitting pad, but I didn't give a shit in that moment. I took my eyes off of him for a moment to get my pack on. I buckled my chest strap and scrambled for my rifle. To my horror, he was in the same position, but his face was staring in my direction. And I swear, I saw a smile. The thermal scope has an effect that makes animals' eyes appear white. How the hell had he heard me get up and put my gear on? He must have been easily over 150 yards away. Cough! I screamed in that direction. He stood upright, and it hit me how tall and skinny he was. Easily 6 feet and very lean. He took a couple of long strides in my direction, and I instinctively sent a round sailing above his head into the tree line. He was freaky as hell, but he hadn't threatened me. What would I tell the cops? I was unwilling and unready to shoot someone. He stopped dead in his tracks and hunched down on all fours. The next one will fuck you up. Go away. He stayed on all fours, and this time, I had my sights trained on the center of him. His eyes were just above the grass, like a large cat or something. I was trying to stop my trembling and knew that my voice had cracked a little on that last warning. I was terrified. That standoff probably lasted a minute or two, maybe less, but it felt like forever. In an instant, he bolted left toward the tree line opposite the road. So much for not being able to walk. I could barely keep him in my scope. He was moving so fast. He disappeared into the brush, and I sent another bullet sailing high in his direction. I racked another round and tried to pocket that mag and swap it for a fresh one. But I dropped it, and I didn't bother looking for it. I wasn't far from my truck, and I wanted to get out of there. I could hear him in the distance, yelling in this weird sound that could have been a laugh or a cry. I scrambled up the trail and arrived at my truck, breathless. I tossed my gear into the cab, but kept the rifle in the passenger seat and sped off. For the longest time, I told that story from the perspective of having spotted some deranged crackhead living off the land, like some kind of caveman. I reported it to Fish and Game, but all they did was scold me for hunting at night alone. Never received an update. It wasn't until I told this story at a camping trip with my nephew, and he told me about wendigos, rakes, skinwalkers. My story scared the piss out of him because the spot we were camping was technically the same forest I'd seen the bastard, just 50 miles east of it. He was so spooked his mom, my cousin, had to take him home. She was really pissed. I've gone down the rabbit hole on these scary stories. I'm not saying what I saw definitely was a wendigo or a skinwalker. I'm saying that if such a thing exists, I may have dodged quite the bullet that night. Or maybe it was just a tweaker, being Donnie Thornberry in the middle of the night. Either way, thought I'd share. My friend lived in a super rural, small country town, and I'd come to spend the summer with her at her grandparents' house. We were both 13 at the time and thought it would be a good idea to sneak out, walk around the town, maybe stop by the park. As we were walking down this one road, about 30 minutes after we left the house, we noticed somebody following us, wearing all black with a hoodie. We believed the man was following us because of multiple factors. One, it was 3 a.m. and he was the only other person we saw out in the area. It's super rare to see someone else that late in a small town. Two, he was wearing full black, joggers and a hoodie with his hood up. It was pretty warm out, being that it was summer, so it just seemed odd. And three, every time we would stop and look back at him, he would act like he was looking for something. But when we would start walking again, he would do the same. It just seemed suspicious, so we both got pretty creeped out and quickly rounded a corner before hiding in the dark of some bushes. After the guy passed us, we waited about another 30 minutes. Then we decided we should probably head back to her house, so we ran there. Once we got back inside, we couldn't really go to sleep, so we did an all-nighter. The next morning, we saw on the news that a woman was stabbed, assaulted, and killed on the exact road we'd been on that night. And we couldn't help but wonder if the attacker was the man who had been following us. We didn't tell the police because we were scared. We also didn't have much info to give them, other than the fact that it was a male and he was wearing all black. We didn't think we'd be any help. If I was an adult at the time, I for sure would have reported something. But I was a child. Safe to say, we didn't sneak out again after that. Things haven't been going well for me these last couple of years. And I've had to move back into my mom's house for the first time in 15-ish years to try to get back up on my feet. I'm really grateful for the space and I'm trying to stay positive, but I really wish it didn't come to this. I have bad memories here, and I dread any prolonged time I have to spend here, especially when it comes to sleeping. Sorry if I go on some tangents. I'm just kind of describing some of the normal reasons this place probably creeps me out so much before I get into the actual creepy thing. Just after high school, I had a traumatic work injury, near-death fall. I moved back in just for a couple of months while I couldn't work. I had to drop out of college, get out of a lease, about 3 months before I could walk again, and 6 before I could use my left hand and forearm again. In those couple of months, I had really vivid, horrifying dreams, probably exacerbated by all of the pain relievers I was being prescribed while recovering. So bad dreams, lots of them. Sometimes falling out of bed, waking myself or others up while yelling in my sleep. Waking up drenched in sweat with my heart racing. I'd have dreams within dreams, all usually taking place in the room I was sleeping in. So when I did actually wake up, I couldn't even be sure of it. Also, I was having sleep paralysis, usually when I dozed off. If you haven't had sleep paralysis, It usually feels like your eyes are open, like after a dreamless sleep or coming out of a dream. And then you notice you can't move your body, and then you start panicking because you can't control your breath. And it's so slow and faint that you feel like you're suffocating. If I was coming out of a dream when this happened, I'd see specific parts of the usually horrifying dream mixed in with the real world, all while not being able to move or breathe or call for help. After a couple of months, things got really tense. I moved out for the next half of my life, dreaded any time I needed to look after the place overnight. It's about 2:30 a.m. now, and it's just me and this creepy house. When we moved in, I was 8 years old. I shared a room with my little sister, next to the water heater and breaker box under the stairs. In that room's closet, there was a small access door into a portion of the wall opposite the utilities. I've done some home contract work and handyman stuff over the years. I don't really know why a section of that basement wall had a crawl space in it, maybe 1.5 feet wide, and wider than any other wall in the house. I used to squirrel toys away in it until some of those toys went missing. Anyways, that room creeped me out as a child, and I ended up sleeping on a couch in a different room until enough relatives had moved out or passed on that I could have my own room, which was by the time I was in high school. Cut to a couple of years ago. I was doing some repair work for my folks over here, replacing and installing a shower vent through their roof. And I needed to kill the power to the utilities through that room. It's now used for storage. While I was in there, I remembered that little door to the wall crawl space and figured I'd take a look at it and see what the reason for it was. When I swung the closet door open, I was shocked to find that there was no access door or panel into the wall. It was just drywall, no access. I asked my dad if he took the door out or drywalled over it. He didn't remember there ever being one. I chalked this up to false memories from my childhood. Even told a few close friends about how weird it was that I was so sure there used to be a door there, because I was so sure I'd lost things in it, and I'd gotten creeped out enough to spend years not sleeping in that room. Cut to a few days ago. I've almost finished moving in. I'm putting salt in the water softener. The closet door is open, and as I'm leaving the room, I can see hinges running up the wall on the inside of the closet. So I open the closet some more and can see the door is there, just like I remembered. Impossible. It simply wasn't there a couple of years ago, and I confirmed it with people then. The hanger shelves in the closet are blocking the top of it, and there's a bunch of crap on the floor, so I'll need to move that in order to actually open the thing. Weirder, on the door of the closet is an old poster growth chart my mom used for me when I was little. I recognized it immediately, but I haven't seen or thought about it since I was really little. I don't remember it ever being hung on that door or even in that room. You wouldn't be able to check a kid's height from stuffed inside a closet and behind a hanger bar. Cut to now. I saw the light on in that room, even though I was the last one in. Both doors of the closet are closed now, again, even though I left them open. And no one's been here. No one's here. I feel like I'm going crazy. After work tomorrow, I'll empty that closet out and take pictures of the access door inside the wall and post it in a reply. Sweet dreams. As some of you may know, I've had a previous experience at 1315 Wood Avenue. It's an ongoing, twice-a-night patrol check for my security company. The first check, just before midnight, 10/14/20. While finishing a zone check in the old North End neighborhoods, my dispatcher comes over. Rolling my eyes, I copied the traffic, but continued to 1315 Wood Avenue. Upon rolling up, a man in his 50s in a robe and pajamas ran up to the car with a cell phone in hand. "Thank you. He just arrived," said the man. I looked at him with a little confusion. I texted my dispatcher while the man began explaining the reason for his call. As the dispatcher confirmed that the next-door homeowner had called about suspicious activity and a noise complaint, the neighbor stated, "I know the home's empty at the moment, but I've been hearing odd noises for the last hour. When I looked outside, I saw someone moving around out of the light. Then a minute later, I hear a bang." I pulled out my light and I asked if he saw any defining features, to which he shook his head no. "All right, sir, well, I'll take a look and see if I can find anyone. Go ahead and head back inside your house," I said while shining my flashlight on the porch. As normal, the front of the house had construction materials near the entryways, and the lawn gnome being cleaned and restored. So I went around the back gate, which is a requirement of the home check anyways. Once in the back, I noticed that it was somehow darker than the last time when I was on patrol a few weeks back, which was unnerving as most of the trees had dumped all the leaves, so lights from the neighbors' backyards should have lit it up. I checked the rear doors to make sure the padlocks were still in place. As normal, the home was boarded up tightly, with no opening it without a key. So I checked the carriage house. Since the last time I was on this patrol route, a door with a padlock was placed at the threshold to the stairs going to the second floor of the carriage house, and a warning written in marker saying, "Trespassers will be charged." I double-checked the first floor before exiting, while informing my dispatcher that no one appeared to be on the property. I took some photos. Before looking at them, I heard footsteps on the catwalk at the top of the fire stairs on the main house. I looked over to see an inky black figure with no visible features. I hopped over the gate at the base of the stairs and feverishly climbed up, disregarding the warning sign at the base. When at the top, I pulled my light again and released the hood of my holster, but no person. I walked to the far end, carefully watching my step as the metal catwalk swayed with every movement. But like the ground level doors, the doors and windows up there were locked. I came down and lit a cigarette and began writing a report for the service call. After finishing the report and still having a few drags left on my smoke, I finally looked at my pictures. On the bottom floor window of the carriage house, I saw a face. In fact, it was the same discolored, distorted face I saw the last time I was on this patrol, that briefly peered out at me from the upper floor of the main house. Excited but a little bit freaked out, I went back to the front where I snapped another photo. In reality, I wish I'd recorded a video. In the photo of the front, I saw a moving shadow at the window I had seen the face in last time. The figure waved in and out like it was cast from a silhouette of a person being illuminated by a candle. But as quickly as I saw it, it faded. Pleased, I returned to my cruiser and cleared the property. For the second check, 2:11 a.m., 10:15:20. After conducting normal checks, I took a little extra time on the property. I started using a ghost hunting app to see if I could receive a spirit voice. But before pushing start, I didn't think of the fact that my phone's audio is connected through my radio's earwig. The crackling was ear-piercingly loud. I started with the question, "Are there spirits here?" And I received the answer I wanted, followed by questions that were answered like, "Is James Burns speaking to me?" And, "Do you walk these grounds?" I finally asked my final question of the night. "James Ferguson Burns, can I see you?" Within a few seconds, it responded. See the picture. I have no doubt anymore that the first owner of this home still inhabits this property. Now that he's identified himself, I will greet him whenever I arrive and bid him farewell before leaving. I grew up in southern Pennsylvania, not far from Gettysburg. When I was 8 years old, my parents decided to build a house on vacant property. It was surrounded by fields and it was beautiful. I lived with both of my parents and my 2 older brothers who were 15 and 17 at the time. Though I grew up in the area, we only stayed in the house for 4 years. My first night was not what I expected it to be. I laid in my bed and I had just closed my eyes. Then I heard a voice that sounded like a soft whisper about 6 inches from my face, saying, "Help." Over and over, just repeating the same word until I fell asleep. I tried my best to forget about it because I thought there's no way the house could be haunted. It was brand new. About a month goes by and I'm sitting on my bed doing what I used to love doing most, which was read. I glanced up and I looked at my doorway because I saw something out of the corner of my eye. At that moment, I'd officially seen a full-body apparition of what appeared to be a soldier from the 1800s. But he didn't see me. He was just walking by my room very slowly. I still remember every detail of his appearance 20 years later. He was covered in blood and looked like he'd been shot or stabbed. This lasted for about 5 seconds. Still being creeped out, my curiosity got the best of me, and I walked out of my room and I searched all over the house, but I found nothing unusual. About a week or 2 goes by. I'm in my bed trying to fall asleep again, only to be disturbed before I even get the chance to close my eyes. I'm disturbed by this voice. It was very deep and masculine. I couldn't understand a word it was saying because it was speaking in a different language. It sounded annoyed and angry. It happened every night at the exact same time for 2 weeks before it suddenly stopped. After that, I had a night terror. I'm absolutely terrified of spiders. I'd woken up in the middle of the night. I could see what looked like a tarantula crawling on me in bed. I swear it was there. I definitely saw it. I was panicking. My dad came into the room to check on me and found that everything was okay. Before I could fall asleep, I heard what sounded like 2 men laughing right next to my bed. At this point, I was getting used to fucked up shit happening. One summer, I stayed up late every night so I could watch Hannah Montana at midnight. One night, when the clock struck midnight, I heard my back door downstairs open. Then I heard a woman say my name as if she were calling for me. I'd heard the door shut, followed by footsteps. Then there would be silence. It happened every night for almost 2 months. It never failed. It didn't even bother me at that point. I knew it wasn't my mother because she worked 12-hour night shifts at the hospital almost every night. There were no other females around. But one night, it stopped altogether. One night I was up at midnight and nobody called my name. I went to sleep and everything felt peaceful. I woke up to the sound of someone knocking on my bedroom door. I looked at the clock on my cable box. It was 3 a.m. I assumed it was one of my brothers. I told them to go away. But then the doorknob started turning, but it wouldn't open because the door was locked. I have always slept with my bedroom door open. Always. And I definitely wasn't the one who locked it. The knocking and doorknob rattling went on for what felt like forever, then it stopped. A few minutes later, I hear what sounds like scratching at the door. I think to myself, the fuck? Is that my cat? But then the knocking, scratching, and turning of the handle started happening at the exact same time. No way in hell my cat could do all three at once, let alone the knocking and turning my doorknob. It would happen for about 30 seconds, and then it would stop. It happened at least 5 times. Sometimes the knocking would be so hard, it sounded like pounding. My whole door was shaking. Whatever was on the other side of that door really wanted to come in. It got so bad, it woke my dad up. He heard all of the commotion, and as soon as he opened his bedroom door, it all stopped instantly. He called out to me, but I was too afraid to say anything. He went back into his room and closed the door. But the same scenario repeated itself 3 more times. My dad made me sleep in his room. We never spoke about it, ever. Things seemed to be fine for a while. Then whatever was in my house struck again. My brother had got up to go to the bathroom. He turned the hallway light on, noticed that my bedroom door was closed as it was across the hall from the bathroom. He comes out of the bathroom, and the hallway light is off, and my bedroom door is wide open. He looked inside my room, and he saw me still sleeping. Everyone else in the house was still sleeping. He woke up my dad and my brother, told them what happened, and they searched the house for a possible intruder, but found nothing. More months go by, and we're all awoken by the smoke detector going off in the middle of the night. We all went downstairs in a panic, just to find out that our stove was on, full blast. Big ass flame on top of the stove, in the middle of the night. What the fuck? One day, it was just my father and I. My mom was at work as usual. My oldest brother was at work, and my other brother was at baseball practice. I'm downstairs, but I hear what sounded like somebody running upstairs. Forgetting that both of my brothers aren't home, I go up the stairs, and I see someone run into my brother's room and slam the door. It was loud. I thought for sure it was my brother, and I wanted to go in there and see what was up and ask why he was running around like that. I opened the door, and nobody was there. I watched the door close right in front of me. I felt sick to my stomach just standing there, realizing the only person that was home with me was my father, who was in the shower. I continued to see weird shit all of the time. One day in the middle of the day, I saw my German Shepherd run upstairs, full blast, as if she were chasing something. But I didn't see what she was chasing. Whatever it was went under the bed, and she was viciously growling at it. I thought it was my cat, until I saw him sitting on top of the bed, and appeared to be sleeping until we bursted in. One night, my cousin was spending the night. We were walking through the living room when she saw the reflection of another person on the glass of our bookcase. Another time, we were in my backyard, and she told me that she saw somebody looking at us through the window on a few occasions, and it definitely wasn't anybody we knew. I remember one day walking down the basement stairs. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I saw what looked like another apparition. Except this apparition looked exactly like my oldest brother, but it also didn't look human. It was almost white and blue, and his eyes were pure black. When he saw me, his eyes got really big, and he looked terrified. He ran away and went into the crawl space. I ran my ass upstairs to find out my brother wasn't even home. I never went back down there after that. A few months later, I was with the same brother, and we were in the living room watching George Lopez late at night. I'm into the show, but he muted the TV. He looked at me and said, "Did you hear that?" I told him no, I didn't hear anything. We sat still for a minute, and then I heard it. Together, we both heard footsteps coming up the basement stairs. My brother grabbed a baseball bat, and we went to the basement to investigate, but to no avail. The rest of our family was sleeping upstairs. The next night, my mom was up late, sitting at the dining room table doing whatever it was that she was doing. Around 3 a.m., the shelf on the dining room wall flew off the wall and put a hole in the wall adjacent to it. We looked at the nails in the wall that held up the shelf, and they were still perfectly straight. We moved out of that house when I was 12. I still experience paranormal things, but not anything comes close to what we dealt with in that house. I believe there were a lot of spirits there, and I'd love to know about what happened there previously to create so much activity. We were a regular church-going family, so I'm sure if there was anything demonic there, that just pissed it off even more. What do you think it could have been? Ghost, demon, poltergeist, all of the above? I've told this story so many times. My friends always just laugh it off and tell me I'm crazy. I'm about 9 years old at the time. I'm sleeping over at my best friend's house, down in his basement. At some point in the middle of the night, I wake up to the sound of someone running down the stairs to the basement. I shoot straight up off the couch that we were sleeping on. My friend somehow remains asleep. When I look over at the stairs, I see a kid standing at the bottom. I had just woken up, so I'm wiping my eyes, making sure my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. He's still there, so I ask, "Who's there?" I get no response, and now I'm horrified. He's just standing there at the bottom of the stairs. I think it may be my best friend's brother, messing with us. But they look smaller, and I'm not sure, so I'm still very weary. After not receiving an answer, I ask angrily, "What do you want?" But the little boy who had stopped at the bottom of the stairs had not moved an inch. He looked right at me in the eyes and says, I'm here. I'm ready to give it my all." Very weird thing to say, I know. After hearing his voice and processing his weird response, I'm now 100% sure that this is not my friend's brother, and my friend's still sleeping on the other end of the couch. After he said, I'm here, I'm ready to give it my all," it really clicked in my 9-year-old head that this isn't a dream, and I'm actually awake right now. My heart drops, and I'm frozen with terror. I don't know what else to say to the kid at the bottom of the stairs, but I continue to look at him, despite being absolutely frozen with fear. He stares right back at me, and after about 10 or 15 seconds, I ask him who he was again. He starts to give me a real sinister grin, and then he legitimately fades away, right in front of my eyes. I lay back down under the covers and come to terms with the fact that I'm awake. After about an hour shitting my pants under the covers, I build up the courage to wake up my friend to go upstairs. I tell my friend and his family about it the next morning, and everyone tries to convince me that I was sleeping, but I know I was awake. A few years later, after they'd moved out of that house, my friend's mom admits to having a few strange encounters in that house herself. I wish the kid had said a bit more, but at the same time, I guess I don't. 'Cause that grin that he gave me, the fear that came over me after, has stuck with me ever since. Now at 23, I still get chills when I think about that experience. If he had paired that grin with something a little more frightening than I'm here, I'm ready to give it my all, I probably would have to be institutionalized. This happened to me about 11 years ago, when walking home from a friend's house at night. I'll get straight to it. I used to live in a rural part of the UK, and I've lived in rural areas most of my life, so I was used to long walks, occasionally at night, especially before I could drive. They never bothered me too much. I'd get creeped out occasionally, but this one night was the most terrifying experience I ever had. There was this one friend who used to live roughly 3 miles away from my house. He had cool parents, and my other friends and I would often go over to his house, play video games, and hang out. Occasionally, this meant walking home at night if I stayed late. There were 2 ways back from his house: the roadway, which was about 5 miles long and took about 30 to 45 minutes. The roads were very quiet and eerie sometimes, but they were lit by street lamps, so it never bothered me walking this way. The other way was a shortcut through some woods, which took about 2 miles, and the wooded bit was about 1 mile or so long. I often favored the wooded shortcut, and have probably walked it over 100 times. The woods were dark, however, combined with the lack of ambient light due to living in a rural area, and you had absolute abyssal darkness. Luckily, most of the time I had my phone light to walk with, but sometimes my phone would die or the battery would be so low the flash wouldn't work, and I'd have to use my screen light. As you've probably guessed by now, this was one of those occasions. I remember my friends and I had just finished watching a film. It was nearing 10 p.m., so we all left my friend's house and headed our separate ways home. I contemplated briefly which way I should go and decided to take the shortcut through the woods. I started walking from his house toward the path that headed into the woods. The streetlights dimmed as I entered the fields before the woods. I glanced at my phone and saw my battery was really low. Only enough power left for a couple minutes of flash, and then I'd have to use my screen for light. That wouldn't last the whole way either. As I saw the tree line approaching, I switched on the flash and followed the well-trodden path into the dark. To my dismay, my light died within seconds of entering, and I flipped my phone over to try and shine my way using the screen. As I walked, I looked out for all the familiar landmarks that I was used to seeing to ensure I was heading in the right direction. Funky tree stump, check. Half-fallen fir tree, check. Enormous puddle I had to jump over, check. All was going well. I was halfway through the woods when my phone completely died. I remember the moment it happened. I was engulfed in darkness. I'm not sure if you've experienced this level of darkness before, but it was so dark. I couldn't even see the outline of my hand, centimeters in front of my face. Naturally, my pace slowed considerably, and I started holding my hand out in front of me to make sure I wasn't going to walk into a tree or something. I continued walking for another minute or so, until all of a sudden, a pungent smell hit me. Cigarette smoke. I glanced around, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard it. A cough. I wasn't alone. Thoughts raced through my head. Who would be out in the woods in the dark? Are they following me? Am I lost? I quickened my pace again, throwing a little caution to the wind. I carried on walking and tripped slightly on a branch. As I regained my balance, I heard another sound. Branches breaking underfoot. What sounded like, right behind me. The snapping turned into fast footsteps that grew louder and louder. I started sprinting. I felt the well-trodden path turn to brush. I felt branches, logs, and plants hitting my legs. It wasn't long before I fell hard. I was lying on the floor holding my knee. I could still hear branches snapping around me and a voice muttering something. I didn't dare move. Then all of a sudden, they turned on a torch. I couldn't see anything except for the beam of light, which seemed to be eaten quickly by the darkness of the forest. I lay motionless on the ground as the beam swept through the trees. I could still hear the person mumbling, a deep growl. The crunching of footfalls grew and grew. They were only several feet from me by this point. I couldn't breathe. The light went out. The snapping of branches grew, and then nothing. Quiet. My eyes were wide open, but I couldn't see anything. Then I could hear wheezing right above me. I wanted to cry. I wasn't sure if the person could see me or not. They could have been staring right at me, and I wouldn't know. This carried on for about 5 minutes, until the crunching of leaves and snapping of twigs started up again and got fainter and fainter as they moved away from me. I remained laying down for another 5-10 minutes, contemplating my escape. Like an idiot, I'd ran off the path, and I wasn't sure which way was back to it or which way was home. I didn't really care, I thought. I'm just going to walk in one direction until I leave the woods, and I'll just get home from there. I knew as soon as I started moving again, if the person was still in the woods, they would hear me. Should I run or try to sneak out? I opted for the latter. I slowly rose to my feet, listening constantly to my surroundings. Picked a direction and started walking. I wasn't perfectly quiet, but quiet enough to be sure I wouldn't be heard from too far away. I kept hearing snapping sounds and rustling in the distance, and every time I froze. I'd hold my breath until I was sure no one was there, and then I'd start walking again. I repeated this pattern for what felt like an eternity, until eventually I found the path. I screamed for joy in my mind and sped up my pace. After another 10 minutes, I saw it. Light. Street lights filtering through the trees. I'd never been so happy to see a meager street lamp. But as I progressed to the end of the woods, my heart sank. At the end of the path was a black silhouette. Unmoving, contrasted against the light background, was the dark figure of a man. What should I do? Maybe it's a different person. Perhaps it's someone walking their dog. I froze and watched them silently, but they didn't move at all. They just stood there, like they were guarding the entrance to the woods. I didn't know what to do. By this point, I'd had enough. I was so close to getting out. I decided to just run straight toward the exit, straight towards them. I was a 6'5" young man. If they wanted to stop me, they'd have a hard job of it, I thought. So that's what I did. I started sprinting. The figure grew and grew as I reached them. I stepped to the side. I heard someone growl loudly, and I felt something clip the back of my head and tug the back of my jacket. I cleared the sheep gate in one leap and sprinted into the light. I eventually stopped running when I could see the first house, and I looked back. The entrance to the woods was quite far away now, and I couldn't see anyone standing by the entrance. Relaxing a bit more now, I finished my walk home. That's pretty much it. I know I could have overreacted. It could have been someone out for a walk in the woods, a dog walker, a camper. But what I thought was strange was that they didn't use their torch, except briefly on one occasion. Once they heard me, they also actively seeked me out. Who knows what would have happened if they caught me? In any case, I never walked that way home alone again. Not at night, anyway. This was about 5 or 6 years ago when I was a freshman in college. I lived with my Uncle James and his girlfriend Terry, and Terry's 3 kids. The oldest, Julia, was 15. The younger girl, Carrie, was 13, and the younger boy, Chris, was 10. These stories are about the kids, mainly Chris. The way the house was laid out was strange. When I moved in, there wasn't enough room for me to have my own space. There were only 2 bedrooms on the kids' side of the house. The girls shared one, and I shared with Chris, since he had a sleepwalking issue. We had bunk beds, and I always slept on the top. Now, onto the stories. Chris would sleepwalk every night. I usually managed to catch him before he would leave the room, and I'd tell him to go back to bed. He would listen, and that would be that, usually. Sometimes I would be up late, as I was a college student trying to do my work. On those nights, I would hear things that didn't make sense. The whole house was carpet except for the dining room, which was right outside of our bedroom. The door was always open since Chris was terrified of the dark, and also because Terry had a baby monitor plugged into the dining room. They wouldn't be able to hear us call for them otherwise. One night, I was sitting on my bed reading when I heard what sounded like nails skirting across the dining room. It sounded like a dog or some other animal had just dashed across the room. We didn't have any pets. I immediately looked up, but it was dark and I couldn't see anything. I felt something squeeze my chest, but brushed it off as fear. I told myself I imagined it. I went back to reading, only to hear the pitter-patter of nails run right across the doorway. If something had run by, I would have seen it, but nothing was there. I felt afraid again, but decided that I wasn't going to be afraid. I'd always been taught that I have nothing to fear with my faith. So I said out loud, "If you're trying to scare me, it won't work." And then I went back to reading. I didn't hear anything else. A few nights later, I woke up to Chris whispering below me, "I don't want to. Please don't make me." I immediately sat up and twisted to look down at him. He was starting to get up, to head to his sister's room, which was on the other side of the dining room. I called his name and he stopped. I called him again and he turned and said my name. I was relieved, as he only ever said my name when he was awake. He never called me when he was asleep. I told him it was late and to go back to sleep. He slowly ambled back to the bed, and I asked him who he was talking to. He shrugged and said, "The man," before laying back down and going to sleep. I stayed up to make sure he didn't get up again. As I sat in bed, there was a knock on the window, right next to my face. The bunk beds were placed right against them. I hurried to pull open the curtain, but I didn't see anyone. This was strange for a few reasons. One, we had motion-activated floodlights that were very sensitive, so they would have been on if someone was there, but they weren't. Two, the windows opened to the garage port, and there was no one in the driveway. It was an open garage, so I would have seen them. I opened the curtain not even a second later. I told myself that it was James playing a prank, but I knew that wasn't true. The security system announced any time a door was open, so sneaking out was impossible. I told myself to ignore it, and I went back to bed. The very next night, I was sitting on the floor as my Kindle was charging, and I couldn't sleep. I was sitting directly across from the beds. It was maybe 1:32 in the morning when Chris bolted upright and opened his mouth wide. He didn't utter a sound, but I could see the veins in his neck bulging as he tried to scream. I was so worried and I tried to hurry over to him, but before I could, He closed his mouth and turned to me. With his eyes still shut, as he slept, he told me, "See, that's the man I told you about." My first thought was the knock on the window. Chris flopped back down and didn't say anything else, but I felt something cover the room. I was sitting next to the cupboard that no one used. We didn't put Chris's toys in it. We didn't put any clothes, nothing. It was maybe 1.5 by 2 feet, so tiny. But it felt dark in a way that frightened me, as I sat a mere 3 feet from it. I hurried up and went to lay down. I couldn't shake the strange feeling all night. It was summer, and the girls and I would sometimes stay up all night talking and watching movies while Chris slept. One night, we were all tired, so we went to bed early. The next morning, Harry asked the girls and I to try not talking so loud, as she had to work and couldn't sleep since she'd heard us talking on the baby monitor. I shared a look with the girls, confused. We told Terry that we weren't up late, that we were all asleep. She didn't believe us, and she had James confirm that they heard girls talking over the monitor the night before. We insisted, and finally, they believed us. Terry figured that maybe signals had crossed, and she'd see about getting a different monitor. She never listened when we tried to tell her all that we had witnessed and heard. One night, I was unable to wake in time to stop Chris from going to his sister's room. I woke to Carrie freaking out. I ran over to try to calm her and figure out what was going on. Chris was standing by her bed as she panicked. She started telling me through tears that she woke up suddenly because she felt like she couldn't breathe, and she saw Chris just standing and staring at her. She said she tried to say something, but couldn't, and so she tried to scream. She says that Julie woke up and called her name, and that she could breathe after that. That was when she started yelling for me. I calmed her down and got all the kids back into bed. I stayed up the rest of the night and made sure they were all okay. I never missed Chris wandering off after that. I was too afraid to sleep deeply at all, in case he slipped away again. One day my older sister came over, and it was just her, me, and the kids that were home. We were all bored, so we decided to play hide and seek. The house was big enough. We made the rule that no one could go into Terry and James's room, as that would be cheating. Everything was going great for a while. James got home in the middle of me seeking. I had found Julie and Chris in the living room and went to the kitchen. For some background, the kitchen had a pantry with a doorknob that was jammed, and we never got around to fixing it. In the pantry was the door to the attic. The light switch, for some reason, was in the top left of the doorway. So to turn on the light, your hand would have to be a foot from the attic entrance. We all tended to avoid the pantry if possible, as we had felt strange whenever we were inside of it. That being said, apparently my sister and Carrie decided to dash in there moments before I got to the kitchen. I walked in just as James leaned against the pantry door to shut it completely before releasing it. Carrie and my sister pounded on the door, yelling that it wasn't funny. James laughed and got off the door to open it. Only he couldn't. The knob had jammed again. James and I could hear the change in their voices. I'll never forget the pure terror in their screams as they begged to be let out. I can still hear James cursing as he twisted and twisted at the knob, trying to get it open. I rushed over to help. I don't know how long it took, but it felt like an eternity to get that door open. James ended up breaking the entire doorknob off and rushed Carrie and my sister out of the pantry. They were both sobbing and panicked to the point we couldn't understand anything they were saying. It took a while for them to calm down enough to understand why they were so afraid. They both said that when they heard James lean on the door, they got scared, so my sister reached up to turn on the light. She says that when she did,
They both saw the door to the attic was open. Carrie and my sister swore up and down that they saw a hand with claws stretching out before the light went out. That was when they began screaming. They were so shaken that James didn't doubt them for a moment. He grabbed a chair and a flashlight and went to the attic. He opened it and examined every inch. James said he didn't see anything, but that he would block off the attic door. Until then, no more hiding in the pantry. We all agreed without question. But even after that, the knob was never fixed. We didn't want the door to be unable to open again. My sister told me before she left she was terrified of what might have happened if James hadn't come home. She wasn't sure we would have been able to get that door open. I only lived there for a semester before moving back home. According to Julie and Carrie, Chris's sleepwalking has only gotten worse. Everything I'm about to tell you happened in the summer of 2020. I believe it was a Saturday. My dad and I were headed to my cousin's graduation party. My dad told me that there was this neat old house, now a museum, with some spooky history behind it on the way. We both love those kinds of things, so I agreed to stop and visit. Once we got there, it was a little less than we expected. Everything was locked up, so we couldn't get a good look inside. The story behind the house, now known as Hex Hollow, goes like this. There was a local man by the name of Nelson Reimeyer, a powwow doctor, who was suspected of being a witch. One late night in November of 1928, two men broke into his house and beat him to death. They attempted to burn his body, but it did not burn. To this day, there's still burn marks around where the body was, on the floorboards of that house. Anyways, after a while of going around, taking pictures, and looking around, I thought it might be funny if I jiggled the handle to the front door of the house. Oh, was I so wrong about that. I truly believe I made whatever or whoever was in that house very, very angry. That night when I got home, a really odd feeling came over me. A feeling as if I was being watched. I kept thinking about earlier in the day, at the graduation, my cousin's baby stared at me with complete terror. Along with all of that, out of the corner of my eyes, I started seeing these dark figures dart across the room. I was completely terrified, and I could barely get any sleep at all. I'm unsure how to describe what I saw in my dreams that night, but I'll try my best. There was an array of black and white images that replayed over and over in my head. I would wake up terrified and in tears, fall back asleep, and have the same images repeat themselves. I don't exactly remember what those images were. The only thing that stood out to me is that they were in black and white. The next morning, I still had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I had no idea what to do other than to go and explain it to my parents. We're a pretty religious family, so we decided to pray, and as soon as we did that, the overwhelming feeling stopped. Although I'm still unsure about some of the things that happened to me that night, I'm fairly certain of two things. One, that Mr. Reimeyer, or some entity, had attached himself to me for a short period of time. And two, that I will never mess with something that is not mine, especially if it's from the deceased. So I went ghost hunting last night and had an experience I will never forget. I'm 23 and I go to college with my best friend who's 20. We joined a local club on campus. Upon meeting the other people in our club, we soon realized that we all shared an interest in folklore and the supernatural. So we decided that the club should meet up for a ghost hunting night on campus just for fun. We met around 9 at night and visited a few hotspots known on campus. While we did get a little bit of interaction, it was nothing major, mostly small EVPs and some captures on Snapchat. The group was having a blast, including my friend and I. By 11:30, the group had dwindled down to less than 6 of us, as most of the group had gone home to go to bed. It was at that point we decided to visit the most active place on campus, which is a residential hall. The residential hall is haunted by a rather famous ghost who I will call Jay. Jay was a young baker who worked at his family's bakery that had been on campus. Jay unfortunately died when he fell and got locked into the large oven and burned to death. The hall is built on top of where the bakery used to be. Jay is known around the hall for pulling pranks, like hiding keys and turning on radios. Our group leader, who I'll call Kay, is an RA at the building and knows all of the spots that Jay frequents. She took us inside and led us to one of the hot spots, which was a computer lab. We all took seats in different rows in the lab. Where I sat, there was nobody around me, and we were quite a few seats apart from one another. This is important. So we sit there. Kay has a Spirit Box app going on her phone. We start talking to Jay and tell him to move stuff around us to prove that he's there. Every time we do, the Spirit Box responds with no or not a good idea. I was getting bored and tired at this point, so I started egging Jay on more by telling him to knock stuff over or even mess with me. Finally, I tell Jay to open the closet, to which we get no response. Kay starts talking about how a lot of the activity relates to the closet. It was at that moment that the back of my chair was smacked, hard enough that it let out an audible smack. It was also hard enough that it sent vibrations through my body. I scream immediately and book it to the door, and so does everybody else. We race out of the room, down the hall, where we finally stop and catch our breath. I've never been so shaken in my entire life. There's no way that any of us could have smacked my chair because we were so far apart. I was also sitting completely still, and there was nothing behind me that could have fallen and hit my chair. I also felt a direct strike, straight to my back. I've always believed in ghosts, but I've never had an experience until last night. My friend was recording the whole thing with an audio recorder and caught the moment it happened. Needless to say, I won't be returning to that residential hall anytime soon. My mom grew up in Huntington, New York, in a haunted house. It was normal for her to hear people running in circles at night, and apparently, they'd even see footprints in the carpet in the morning. One story my mom told me was about how when she was little, she was playing in the backyard and found a wooden nail. She didn't think much of it, so she threw it over the fence and went on with her day. When my mom woke up the next morning, the same wooden nail she threw over the fence was on her nightstand. So maybe somebody can make sense out of this. When I was 14, my friend and I were hanging out at my house. My parents had left to go see some friends, so we were left alone, which was pretty normal. We were older kids and we weren't really up to anything shitty for the most part. All we generally did was order pizza and play video games. I have a habit where I close the door to my room. It's a habit I got because as long as I can remember, I always felt a weird vibe in my old house. So it added a false sense of security by closing it. While we were playing, I started hearing some scratching on the door. I have a dog, so I didn't think anything of it. I went over to open the door, assuming my dog would just come in for a little bit. But he wasn't there. Again, I didn't think anything of it, because my dog was a little bit older. He liked hanging out inside in his little igloo-shaped bed and kept to himself for the most part. Sometimes he'd come out in a good mood and want to play, but he was usually asleep. On cooler nights, my parents would leave him in the backyard because he would dig around and explore and have fun. Because he wasn't there, I just closed the door and kept on playing video games with my friend. 20 minutes later, give or take, the scratching started again. So I went to the door, and again, he wasn't there. Maybe I'm just worrying about him too much. I'm thinking I hear him scratching. So I went over to check on him, and lo and behold, he was actually outside in the backyard, because it was a cooler night after all. With that said, I chalked it up to my imagination, and even though I was unnerved by this, I decided to keep it to myself. So an hour passes by, and we're playing video games again. As usual, we've been at it for a while, and I almost forgot about the whole thing by this point. But the scratching started again. I just proceeded to ignore it. It kept going for a little bit, and at some point my friend looked at me and said, "Dude, why don't you just let your dog in?" I explained what's been going on, and he was pretty freaked out by the whole thing, but also thought that I was just fucking around. With the door closed, the scratching kept going. And we just ignored it and played quietly, but very nervous. After some time, the scratching stops and the lights go out. We hear sounds like a vase breaking in the house. But I'm convinced that it's a window because we don't have a vase. I tried calling my father because the landline still worked, and he tells me that he'll be on his way soon with my mom. After I hang up with him, a few minutes later, the lights come back on. So my friend and I proceed to start looking around the house. Everything is intact and undisturbed. My dog is barking crazily, and I let him in. I'm walking to my room, which is close to the entrance of the front door, and I notice that the latch is unlocked. I am 100% certain I locked it, because I always double check. To this day, I still have no idea what the fuck happened. My friend and I lost touch, but I did see him many years later, and I asked him if he remembered that day. He just looked at me and laughed and said, "How could I forget?" We still can't make heads or tails of what happened, and I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. We left the house years later when my parents divorced. I'm reaching out because if anyone here knows anything about that, has an explanation that makes sense, or even experienced the same shit and has more answers than I do, I would appreciate it. These experiences made me stop working the night shift. When I worked as a personal support worker on the night shift at a long-term care home, I had a resident ring a bell at 2:59 a.m. I went in and asked her what she needed, and she proceeded to yell that there was a man in her bathroom and that I needed to get him out. We had people who would wander into other rooms, so I asked her what the man looked like, and she said that he was a black figure and he had no face. I calmed her down and then told whoever was in the bathroom that they had to leave her alone. I then went back to my charting around 3:10. I had another call bell ring, but from the other side of the floor, from where the first bell went off. I went into this resident's room. This particular resident would ask for pain meds around this time, and I asked if he needed meds. He told me, and I quote, "There's a creepy man in my room with no face. You need to get him out." My blood ran cold, and I had a nurse stay with me on the floor for the rest of my night shift. So yeah, when I worked the night shift, all sorts of fun stuff would happen. I'd bring wheelchairs out for cleaning after everyone was in bed, and I'd walk down the hall 20 minutes later when it was time to clean them, and they would be on the opposite end of the hall from where I'd pulled them out. Pens would disappear, lights would flicker, the usual creepy stuff. Please keep in mind, I'm alone in these stories. No one could be playing tricks on me. Not to mention, I worked on a locked dementia ward. There once was a man in the last room on the first floor. The room always had to be dark, the curtains closed. He refused care and was all around a very unpleasant individual. Well, fast forward to last year. He passes away, and we transferred a lady, for the purpose of the story we'll call her E, from the third floor. So E moved to the first floor from the third floor. And then we noticed a change in her behavior. She went from being this sweet but spunky lady to just a total shut-in. She was grumpy, violent, and anxious all the time. She then somehow fell and broke her hip. So I was assigned as a one-on-one with her to make sure she got the care she needed. She demanded that I sit beside her and hold her hand the entire time I was there. If I got up to do anything, she would scream. I got up to ask the nurse for some pain meds, and she grabbed my arm and said, "Please don't leave me, don't leave me. There's something in this room and it's trying to kill me." This happened every time I would go in. So a couple of weeks later, I was taken off the one-on-one, and the day after I was taken off, she passed away. So after E, we had a new lady move in. We'll call her M. M was a sweet lady. She always took her meds, never refused care, and was all around lovely. Except for when it was nighttime, and she had to go to bed. She would resist care and cause a fit. One night, after she got settled, I came in for her brief change, and the nurse came in with me to give M her meds. I was cleaning up in the washroom and I heard M ask the nurse the most chilling question. "Am I going to die soon?" The nurse, of course, said, "Oh God, no. Why do you ask, M?" And she responded with, "Because at night, the man and the lady in my room tell me that I am." I left the room with the nurse after that, and she was pale as a ghost. I asked the nurse if she was okay, and she said, "I had a dream last night that E was sitting at the end of my bed, laughing and teasing the new lady in her room." I never told this story to anyone until now. I stay in an area of North Carolina that back in the early 1800s had the biggest sawmill in the United States at the time. The town of Elizabethtown now sits on the grounds of that sawmill. To the north is Bladen Lake State Forest. There's a creek there called Turnbull Creek, named after the Indian chief that laid claim to the land there. My grandfather told me Chief Turnbull struck a deal with the sawmill and allowed them to cut the trees, except in one area where many of their ancestors were laid to rest. The story goes that the loggers began cutting, and for years there was no problems that had come between the loggers and the tribe, until the day they cut on the sacred land. A battle broke out, and in the end, the tribe was slaughtered, all except the chief. It was said he cursed the land and swore to protect it forever. It was said he changed into black smoke, as dark as coal. And in it were two bright red eyes, like fire. A story when told in detail would scare any kid from venturing off into those woods, except me and my then best friend. In my younger years, I loved to explore, so naturally those woods made a great place to have adventures and for discovery. The creek always gave me relief from hot summer days. The cool water fed by springs so cold that even in the heat it would give you goosebumps. I used to think that there was gold in that water for the glittery flakes you would find all over your skin after a dip in the tea-colored waters. You always had to be careful of where you took a swim because cottonmouths, water moccasins, and rattlesnakes enjoyed the banks. The forest around it was loaded with wildlife: deer, black bear, raccoons, and squirrels. They could be seen on a daily basis. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you'd find an arrowhead or a railroad spike from the old logging rail that went down the side of the creek. The old dirt road to the creek was a good hour walk from the neighborhood. I remember one spot on the road was always cold, even in the summer. So cold, in fact, that we would run as fast as we could through it. Sometimes it felt like the temperature would drop from 99 to 50 degrees right there. Eventually, I got curious as to why. Maybe it was another creek that nobody knew about, or a pond filled with fish, or maybe something else. Whatever it was, I was going to find out. In June, me and my best friend set out to find out. My grandfather told us not to, and he told me the story of Chief Turnbull. I wrote it off as an old tale to scare kids, and set off into the woods anyways. I never believed in ghost stories. This one wasn't going to scare me either. I told my best friend to be prepared for my grandfather to try to scare us, and off we went. I remember walking forever through those woods and never finding anything. So we decided to follow the cold air and see where it went. After some time had passed, we came upon a thick area in the woods. Thorny vines and thick underbrush was everywhere. The cold air was coming from the inside of this thicket. We found what we thought was a deer trail, and crawling on our hands and knees, we made our way through it. It felt like 100 feet we crawled before everything cleared. No trees, no brush, just tall grass and mounds of dirt scattered about. And the air was freezing cold. The whole clearing was surrounded by the thicket like a ring. The air was misty, like a light morning fog. In the middle of the clearing was what looked like smoke from a campfire. It was a dark smoke, and in it looked like a person standing there. All I could see was the outline of a body, but when it turned around, I saw the eyes, bright red like fire. It moved towards us, quicker than we could react. When we did react, we moved like lightning had struck our feet. I never knew a person could run on all fours, but we did that day, right back through the thicket. So fast, it seemed like a flash. Behind us, we could hear something stomping through the woods like a charging bear, and people whispering in our ears. We made it out of the thicket and never stopped running. We ran until the air warmed up and we couldn't breathe enough air in. I think it stopped chasing us long before we stopped running, because we didn't hear it anymore. But why not be a little safe and make sure? When we made it out of the woods, it was starting to get dark. No words were spoken on that walk home. Just two kids trying to make sense of what happened in their heads. We walked by his house, and then mine was a block away. I had to walk past my grandfather's house to get home. He was sitting on the front porch when I walked by. He asked me if I found what we were looking for, and I told him yes. He asked if I wanted to show him with a smile, in which I replied no. The next day, I went back to my grandfather's house. He told me how he did the same thing when he was little, how he saw the clearing and the mounds. He said it chased him out of there too. Them woods hide a many dark secret, and that was just one of them, I remember him saying. My best friend and I drifted apart after that. He never spoke to me about it, and I never spoke about it to him. He's now the chief of police in a town close by, and I work for an engineering firm, building roads and bridges. My stepson came to me not long ago and asked if we could ride that road one night and spotlight deer. I told him, go if you want to, but I wouldn't. Them woods hide a many dark secret. Some you don't want to discover. Sometimes I ride by that dirt road. Sometimes I will look down it. Sometimes I see a smoky figure standing there with glowing red eyes, looking back at me. When I do, I know Chief Turnbull is still there, and he's still protecting the sacred lands. He won't have to protect them from me, though. I'll never go back. My sister's been dead for 18 years, but I don't think she ever left me. I actually need some advice with this, because it's been going on my whole life, basically. This may not be a particularly thrilling story, but still eerie enough for this, I think. Starting from the beginning, I was born a twin, but my twin sister died at birth, and so did all 6 children my parents had after me. Those died pretty early into pregnancy, so it was mostly miscarriages. My twin was the only one who took a few breaths before passing. I'm the only one who survived and grew up to be an adult. I've only lived in one house during my entire lifetime, until recently, when I eventually, finally, got to move out. And there's a good reason for that. I learned about my siblings, especially my twin sister, when I was 14 years old. But when I was a first grader, I would wholeheartedly believe I wasn't an only child. I would tell my teachers and the other children about my sister that I was playing with and sharing a room with. Of course, I don't have actual memories of this because no one was there, but I also didn't lie for attention. I genuinely believed that. I had a fair share of trauma and mental illness in my life already, so when I started to hallucinate disfigured shadows and children in my house at age 12, I went to see a therapist, and it was deemed a symptom of my PTSD. The shadows would form a kind of uncanny form of a young girl, most of the time. Until recently, I just considered those hallucinations side effects of my admittedly fragile mental state, since the encounters really scared me. Sometimes it even felt like it would talk to me in a weird, unfriendly way. Some have suggested that it could be demonic, which I can't completely dismiss, simply for the fact that those shadows had such a mental chokehold on me for 2 whole years and weren't really comforting. But that could have genuinely been my mental health. Well, they stopped around the age of 14, when my mother finally told me about my siblings. But still, on the staircase to my room and around the dinner table, where those things appeared, I feel watched or even chased, especially at night. Sometimes, when I'm awake late, I hear footsteps up the stairs to my room, but they stop just in front of the last step. They don't go back down, but seem to start from the very bottom, up again, a few minutes later. So far, so plausible. I'm mentally ill. But this changed when I got together with my boyfriend. He started sleeping over and spending more time at the house naturally, and I never told him about my scary encounters. So, when we were still up one night, and the footsteps occurred, which I had learned to ignore quite well, and he looked up from his phone screen, clearly alert, my stomach dropped. He's a skeptic, so after he mentioned how the sounds were weird, he quickly got his mind off of it. A few weeks later, my boyfriend went to the bathroom at night. In the morning, he told me how weird he felt walking up the stairs. He felt like something was watching and chasing him. I never told him about how I always feel this exact thing when I walk up those stairs. Those occurrences with him started piling up until I got genuinely terrified of staying longer than necessary at this godforsaken house. Right after I turned 18, earlier this year, I started working my hardest to afford to move out, and I finally did, last week. So far, I haven't had any scary encounters in my new home. Something is telling me it was her. Since I was a child, she's been tormenting me. The way my skeptic boyfriend experienced it the same exact way, without knowing, convinced me I'm not crazy. So my girlfriend and I recently started dating. Being young and dumb, we decided to sneak out as much as possible to stargaze. First night was amazing. We found a spot not too far from her house and we hung out and looked at the stars. Second night was different. We went to the exact same spot and everything, just the area felt off and uncomfortable. Then we heard a tapping noise on the back of my car. This would remain a constant event, by the way. We decided to go to another spot and see if it was better. After about 5 minutes of driving, we parked where the cornfield and the forest met. We felt better for about 15 minutes, then decided to chill in the car. After about a minute, the tapping started. We immediately left the area. While looking for our third spot, we noticed a bridge on Google Maps, so we went there. Right as we got there, it felt so heavy and so off. I don't know how to explain it. We sat there for about 5 minutes before I felt this pressure on my head, and all of my senses felt dull. That's the best way to describe it. My girlfriend asks if I was okay. I tried saying no, but I couldn't. I said yes, without any control. After another couple minutes, there was a loud scratch on the back of my car. I knew it wasn't a branch or anything. There were no trees close enough to hit my car. We shot up and left. I dropped her off at her house and started on my way home. Not even a minute after I dropped her off, she said something grabbed her. She had scratches. I stopped to make sure I didn't need to go help her, and I felt like something was behind my car. I look in my mirrors, and I see this figure. Everything about it looked off, and it was pure white. I looked out my passenger window, and there's another one, looking at me, almost studying me. I sped home that night. The next night, we wanted some answers, so we made a visit to every location. First off was the stargazing spot, then the cornfield, and last, the bridge. The stargazing spot in the cornfield didn't feel as bad as the previous night. Then when we reached the bridge, it was unbearable being there. But I was dead set on getting answers and getting peace with the situation. So being 17 and stupid, I got out of my car. I walked a good few feet in front of the car, and standing in the tree line was my girlfriend. She looked at me dead in the eyes and said, I stepped forward out of natural instinct. Then I realized a few things. 1, my girlfriend was in the car. And 2, the thing trying to act like my girlfriend had an unhinged jaw, and the eyes had this cloudy, dead look to them. And 3, this one is the worst. There was this big, bony hand on the right shoulder. I ran to my car door and drove off. It's pretty hard to shake me or make me scared, but that turned me into a 5-year-old girl. I dropped her off and I went home. She went on vacation, and the temptation to go back there by myself was hard to resist. I ended up not going, and I waited for her to get back. So when she got back, we wanted to see each other because, fuck it, why not? Most of the time that we were there was pretty okay. Until about 2:30 a.m., when the cows on a nearby farm started to get a little too noisy. We decided to sit in the car for a bit. So, 3:15 a.m. came around, and it was time to take her home. I dropped her off and continued on my way. I get to the first stop sign, and standing in the middle of the road is my girlfriend. But everything was just off about her. She just looked wrong. And then she said, I know it's not actually her, so I drive off. As I do, there's this blood-curdling and heart-stopping screech that can be heard. I looked at my phone to see a text from my girlfriend saying she saw me in her backyard and I was asking for help. As she's about to run inside, this large, bony hand grabs her head and she just books it inside her house. So, small update. I was dumb and I decided to go back to the bridge by myself. When I got there, it felt normal for a few minutes, when out of nowhere, there was this heavy feeling in my chest and my head. I kind of shoved it off and I didn't think too much about it. The only way I can describe it is that it felt like the muscles in my face started to be pulled off. I realized I had to piss, so I stepped out and walked to the tree line. Right as I finished, I noticed something staring at me. I realized that it looked like my girlfriend. So I called out, "Hey, why are you out here? Are you okay?" It was at this point I realized that my girlfriend's at her house, sleeping, which is a good 15 minutes away. The thing said, her voice was flawless and perfect. I stepped forward out of instinct. When I got within arm's reach, it lunged at me. I blacked out. When I came to, roughly an hour had passed. I didn't know where I was. I checked my phone and the time read 3:45 a.m. I looked at my Life 360 app and I saw where the bridge was and my car. I was about a little over a mile away. I'm not in the best shape, but I needed my car. So I ran as hard as I could to get to my car, and I made it there in about 15 minutes. When I got in, I locked the doors and started crying my eyes out for half an hour. I needed to get home, so I pulled out and started my way back. As I reached the stop sign, there was this scream and someone shouting, "Help," in my girlfriend's voice. I knew it wasn't her. I pulled onto the road and sped home. The entire time, they followed me home and screamed the entire time. I go back there tonight. So a few nights ago, I was going to bed while my partner was asleep in the lounge. I tried to wake him up, but he wouldn't, so I just left him, as he looked comfortable anyways. When I went upstairs, I laid in bed on Facebook for about 20 minutes. When I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and into our room, they stopped at the door next to our bed. I looked to the side and saw someone standing there, more like a black figure. It was dark. I couldn't make out any features. Just thinking it was my partner, I looked back at my phone, thinking nothing of it. Now, this is when it freaked me out. I was still thinking it was my partner, and I saw him walk down the hallway. I thought he was going to the bathroom, but then the bathroom door never opened, and I never heard the toilet. When I sat up in bed, I could see straight down the hallway, and it was dark and quiet. At this point, I knew it wasn't my partner, because there's no way he'd be in the bathroom without the lights on. I went back downstairs once I calmed down, and he was still asleep. I made sure I woke him up, and he checked all of the rooms and closets upstairs in case there was an intruder, which wasn't the case. It was so weird. I can't stop thinking about it. And that brings me to tonight. It was less than an hour ago. I was downstairs watching Netflix. Everyone is asleep upstairs, and I'm the only one downstairs when I hear something in the kitchen, right next to where I'm sitting. So I walked over to where the sound was coming from, and it was a ball from one of my son's toys, lightly bouncing. It was one of those small plastic balls, and it made the sound a ball makes when you play table tennis, for example. I just picked it up and put it away. Didn't give it much attention. I checked to see if there was wind, but all the doors and windows were locked. Our house is only a year old, so I don't think a draft would be the case. I'm not too sure, though. I can't help but have the feeling that this is just the start of something. Ever since I can remember, I've felt something with me. Ghost or not, it doesn't scare me, but it likes to play jokes. One of the instances that stands out was about 10 years ago. I was still living with my parents at the time, and I decided to cook dinner. I love to cook, so it was never a chore, but I hate peeling potatoes. My dad has never minded peeling them for me, so we went into the kitchen together to prepare the dinner. Our kitchen bar was an L shape, and the little part of the L was always clear, except when we were preparing food. My dad and I started getting everything out of the cabinets that we would need. He then asked me if I'd seen any of the potato peelers. I told him no, but I would help him look. My mom is just like me in the fact that everything has a place, so I thought this task would be simple. But my father and I look in the drawer where they usually are, and then the dishwasher, and then the dish strainer. We were beginning to get frustrated. We started looking in the cabinets and other places that we knew they weren't supposed to be, but it was worth a shot. While my dad was at the other end of the kitchen, I bent down to look in the cabinets under the small part of the L, and my dad called my name. I stood up and looked at him, and with my back toward the bar. He had a blank stare on his face and was just pointing. I turned to see what he was pointing at, and on the edge of the bar, 2 of the potato peelers were neatly placed side by side. A more recent event happened a couple of weeks ago. A little bit of a side note, my husband absolutely hates to misplace or lose things. One morning, we'd gotten up, made our bed, and went to the kitchen for breakfast. On top of our freshly made bed, my husband placed his wallet to come back for later. After breakfast, he said he needed to go to the store and proceeded to our bedroom while I stayed in the kitchen, cleaning up. All of a sudden I heard, "You've got to be kidding me." I smiled because I knew what had happened. He came back into the kitchen and asked if any of our children had been in the bedroom. I replied that they had gotten out of bed and been in the kitchen the entire time. After 10 years of being with me, the last thing he thinks of is my friend, as he calls it, hiding things. I told him I would go and help him look, so we headed back to the room to look. We looked under the bed, on our dressers, in the bathroom, and then slowly took off every layer of the bed. At the end of the search, still no wallet, and the cover and sheets lay in a big pile at the head of the bed. Being the OCD man that he is, and hating that something had disappeared, he tried to convince me and himself that maybe he sat it in the living room or kitchen. To humor him, I followed him through the house, searching room by room, even the rooms we both knew he didn't go in. By this time, he was angry. I told him it would turn up and that I was going to go make the bed again. As soon as I stepped in the door, I called for him to come. Lying on the top of the mound of covers lay his wallet. He doesn't like my friend. Okay, so me and my boyfriend live together with one roommate. There's 5 animals in the house, 2 dogs and 3 cats. Small, unexplainable stuff has happened in the house, such as doors opening by themselves or stuff being out of place. But nothing big before this. There's been 3 incidents so far. My boyfriend saw it twice, and myself once. We have the kitchen and lounge room right next to each other. The sofa was against the kitchen counter on the other side. My boyfriend was standing in the kitchen and through the window saw one of our dogs outside, standing up behind a small fire pit thing. But a second later, he looked at the couch and saw the same dog asleep, laying on the couch. A few days later, he saw the same thing, but this time with one of our cats, again looking through the kitchen window. The time that I saw something similar goes like this. 2 dogs started barking outside at something, really angrily barking, which is unusual. My boyfriend went outside to go check on them. In our room, we have a long, skinny window on top of the wall, which faces the front gate where the dogs were barking. I see another one of our cats, cat number 2, walking away towards the garden in our front yard, on the other side of the gate. I just assumed the cat jumped the gate, and the dogs were barking at that. My boyfriend got back inside, and I told him it was all good. They were just barking at cat number 2. He looked confused and told me that that cat was asleep on the couch inside. I went and looked, and yes, she was asleep on the couch. I felt really uneasy after that. Now, before you think it, I know the cat outside was my cat. It had the exact same collar and the exact same coloring and patterns. I know I didn't mistake a stray cat or anything like that. I'm just not sure what it could be at all. We did some small research and thought maybe skinwalkers, but I honestly have no idea. If anyone has any advice or knows what it could be, please let me know. In 2009, I moved into a Victorian railway cottage in London, which was built around the 1890s, 1900s. I moved with my daughter and partner, and the event happened within weeks of us settling in. It's a 3-bedroom house with all the bedrooms situated on the first floor. It was a November evening when my daughter was upstairs on her bunk bed, and I was sitting in our living room watching TV. It was just us 2 in the house. My partner was at work. There was nothing eerie leading up to this moment that I could remember, but all of a sudden, I heard, really close to my ear, a guttural growl. It was really loud, but felt located right next to my ear, as if it was only meant to be heard by me in that one ear. It didn't echo. It was just located right next to my head. As soon as I heard that growl, my daughter, who was around 9 at the time, screamed from her room. I ran up the stairs, but it was as if I was being pushed up there. Maybe it was because of my speed or because of my panic, but when I got to her room, she was crying. I asked her what had happened, as she replied that she heard a growl in her ear. As you can imagine, we were absolutely freaked out. I wasn't able to retell the experience for a long time, and only in the past year or so had I mentioned it to my daughter, but she has no memory of the event. I'm a believer and think that this was something demonic. I would have been skeptical had it just been me that heard it, but my daughter's reaction was enough to make me realize that this was the real deal. I was wondering if anyone could provide me with an explanation as to why my daughter does not remember the event. It traumatized me so much, I wish I could forget about it. Keep in mind my experience happened 6 years ago now. I spent the night at my ex's place in a very rural small town outside of New Glasgow, Nova Scotia, called Westville. We were up very late watching UFC, probably 1 a.m., and I went into the back bedroom of the house on the 2nd floor and happened to glance out the window towards the backyard. His backyard was long and rectangular in shape, and it had an embankment that sloped down to the tree line at the end of the yard, which was nothing but woods from beyond that point. When looking out the window, I noticed something very pale white crawling through the tree line. It immediately caught my eye and I kept staring at it. I called my ex at the time to come in and look. We both got really quiet, and we came to realize that we weren't witnessing a creature that either of us could recognize. It was human-like in form, very skinny, purely pale, and crouched forward, with very long arms. And it would make a few movements forward, towards the yard, and then back, deeper into the woods again. We had horrible phones back then. At the time, I had an old BlackBerry, and his was no better. They both couldn't record what our eyes were seeing in the pitch black of night in the country. The only thing I could think of to do at this time was to call my older brother. He was interested in paranormal topics. I called him and described to him everything that we were seeing. And to this day, he doesn't disbelieve my accounts in any fashion. Something I said over and over to him on the phone was, it's not moving like a human. Its movements are really, really strange. They were almost spastic in nature. Nothing natural or orderly that I could make sense of or compare to how other mammals move. It made no noise that I could hear through the window. I was terrified, but watched this thing crawl around for a solid 2 hours. Years later, my brother found the more popular YouTube video of a crawler in the backyard of some guy's house, and he calls his preacher. That was so scarily similar to my experience that I got full body chills, goosebumps, and I started to cry. It really, really hit me and solidified that we weren't somehow losing it or making it up, that we actually saw with our own eyes a crawler that night. What that man recorded is exactly what I saw a few years back. So even though I'm only one person, I can 100% say that that's the most legit video of a crawler on YouTube. Something else that was also really messed up about my experience, that I have zero explanation for, is that the crawler could be seen down on the left-hand side, crawling around the tree line. But for a few moments, we saw a glowing deep yellow orb floating between the tree line. For a few moments. I'm wondering if there's any other accounts like this. As I've mentioned in my story, this was an ex, so we're no longer together, and I have no idea if he continued to live there or ever saw such a sight again in his backyard. I've always been curious if it's still out there, and I often think about my experience as I can recall it in high detail, like it was yesterday. I'll never forget what I saw, not until the day I die. A short bit of context. I've always been obsessed with different time periods of history. When I was a kid, it was all about the wild, wild West, and then World War II, Civil War era, and the 1950s and 1960s. In my early 20s, which was about 1997, I lived with my ex, and she tolerated my obsession so much so that our front room in a little house we rented was dedicated to World War II era. I literally went out of control with that room. It was a small family room type area, separate from the rest of the house. I made it so that if anyone walked in there, it would be like walking into the 1940s. I had a couple of high back sitting chairs, a small bar trolley, and all the furniture, telephone, radio, everything was from the 1940s. Whoever came to visit would often say that room looked like it should be a museum. Really, it was me scavenging around, looking for anything from that time period. There was even a local AM station that would play 1940s big band at a certain time. So I had the old Philco radio set to that station. One day, I think it was on a Saturday afternoon, my ex left her family to visit family that lived about 4 hours away. She decided to spend the weekend with her family, and I didn't go for some reason. That I don't remember. So I was home alone, and I wouldn't necessarily hang out in my 1940s room, but towards the evening, I ended up there, listening to my phonograph, made a cocktail, and sat in the armchair. I don't know if I dozed off or what happened, but I shook myself awake like it was very strange. My heart was beating fast. The record was still playing, but everything looked hazy and in slow motion to me. I remember that I got up from the chair, stood up, and looked outside. There was a light snow outside, and it looked earlier in the day, as it was still light outside, which was extremely odd because I lived in an area where it didn't snow. I walked over to the door and I noticed the outside looked very different, like not the street that I lived on. There was no one outside, no noise whatsoever. It was like I was watching a movie that was on mute or paused. I remember feeling like I was being compelled to walk outside, but I also felt like I couldn't or shouldn't. I don't know how to describe the feeling except that it was like I was in a Twilight Zone episode. So I backed away from the door and started looking out the window that was next to the door. And suddenly I realized that the cars that were in the driveway were old cars, like from the 30s. What happened next is a bit blurry still, but from what I remember, the record ended, and as I turned to look at the phonograph, everything changed, like back to normal. Even my sense of days was gone, and the foggy slow motion that I had felt was gone. I turned back to look outside, and the street was darker, with the street light in front of my house on. No snow. My street was back to normal. I left that room almost in a panic, and for some reason, I went around the house looking for changes. I didn't find anything unusual. I went to our other den where everything was modern, and I turned on the TV just to clear my head. I got the sensation that if I walked outside, I would have left this time period. I know it sounds crazy, but it wasn't until years later that my ex and I saw that movie with Christopher Reeves, Somewhere in Time. That's when it kind of hit me a little bit. I'd never seen that movie prior to this incident, as I probably always assumed it was a girl's romantic movie, and that wasn't my thing. Lastly, I wasn't drunk, and never did any drugs, nor do I remember being super tired during that weekend. Nothing else really sticks out except for that incident. There's no good way to start this story, so I'll just get right into it. Several years ago, I was a pretty different person. I was a thief. A pretty good thief, but a thief nonetheless. I considered stopping for years, but it's easier said than done. At least that's what I told myself for those years. But my petty thieving days came to an end pretty abruptly after this experience. I was freshly 18 and really wanted to pull off a good one. Usually I would check out the classifieds within town to see who had posted for a house sitter, a dog sitter, etc. Because I knew that meant the house would be vacant, or at least the owners wouldn't be home. If I ran into a caretaker or somebody at the property, my cover was usually that I did yard work for the family, whose names were fairly easy to locate. I'd never run into a situation where anyone questioned me further or even questioned my responses. So this house, the situation was slightly different. It sat at the end of the block, tucked behind some trees and some tall bushes. It was a rental. The man had rented the place out for years. The man I knew. The tenants were changing all the time, though. I'd been scoping out the house for weeks because the latest tenants seemed really flashy, with their cars, their clothes. Everything about them screamed money. Except the house, of course. The house was bigger than most, but just as shabby as the others in the neighborhood. These tenants liked to party. Loud-ass music, lots of bonfires, lots of drinking. It seemed like the place to be. And then one day, that turned into a few days, no one was around. I watched. No one came in or out of that place for almost 5 days. I decided it was my time to make a move on the house. After scoping the actual property, I was sure it was safe. I already knew there was no security system because I actually had done yard work for this owner before. When he was getting ready to move in new people or move people out, he'd call my dad, who would send me. But aside from that knowledge, there were a couple of windows open. Not the actual window, but the shades were open. The house was absent of all movement and light. Through one window, I could see an Xbox 360. Mind you, this was 2005, and they were fresh on the market. I knew there was no chance in hell that I was going to be getting this for Christmas or anything, so I put it on my mental to steal list. I continued walking the perimeter, and I got to the back door. To my surprise, it was already ajar. Enough so that I could actually poke my head and shoulders inside without going in all the way. The house smelled terrible. That was the first sign. First of a few that tried to tell me that this was a bad idea. Setting the smell aside, I walked into the dark house. I was in the dining room. Table set with super fancy dishes, old looking but still new in their condition. Either silver or silver brushed. The chairs themselves seemed to be hand carved and incredibly heavy duty, like the table. The house wasn't messy, but it looked like they'd left in a hurry. Possibly there was a fight, some broken glass. The more I walked through the house, the more I got the vibe that somebody had already been through there. Someone like me. All of the kitchen drawers and cabinets were open in the kitchen and dining room. There were clothes thrown about in the bedrooms, and the drawers were open. But all the electronics were still there. And even the clothes themselves, the really nice ones. People wouldn't have just left those behind. I added them to my to-steal list, and I kept walking through the house. I knew there was a master bedroom on the other side of the house, so I made my way across the living room. As I walked through and looked back at the rooms, forward at the master, and then to the front door, I noticed that each of the bedrooms had a line of salt in front of it, like someone had straight up poured a line at the entrance of each door. Maybe that should have been yet another sign for me to take, telling me I shouldn't be there. I didn't think about it like that. Not right away. In fact, I noticed I was careless on my way in, and the lines that were meant for the back door had been disturbed. So, oh well, I thought. The master bedroom door was closed. It felt more like it was stuck. Maybe even locked, but after a couple good slams against it, the door opened. But at the same time, there was a noise from behind me, coming from the bathroom maybe. It didn't keep happening, but I was sure that it was different, separate from the sound of me opening the master bedroom door. I made a mental note to hit the bathroom on the way out. But again, I probably should have checked in that moment. All my thoughts, at least productive ones, ceased when I actually stepped into the master bedroom. The room was dark, but even without lights, I could see that something was really fucked up about this room. It was absolutely the source of the bad smell. I could clearly see something, many somethings, covering the floors. Carved into the wood floors were random symbols, and there was graffiti all over the walls, the bedding. With the lights on, it just brought the horror to life. It was clear that some sort of ritual took place here. I truly don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that stuff, but I mean symbols, blood, the salt, the circle. Bad stuff everywhere. I started feeling extra creeped out, walking over and around all this shit. But I had to see what was in the bathroom. Dead animals. Or at least parts of them. I couldn't believe I'd gone from designer clothes and Xbox 360 to the dungeon of the devil himself. I left that room so quick. I couldn't tell you what kind of animals because I could hardly believe my eyes and all. But let's just say usual forest critters, raccoon, squirrel tails, and such. This was fucked. Now out of that room, I made my way to the other bathroom. Not to check out things to steal, but because I was literally about to puke everywhere. And I did. But at least I made it into the toilet. I was brought to my feet pretty quickly as I heard the bathroom door slam shut. I grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. My first thought is that it was the landlord, the owner. So I called out his name, saying I got concerned that somebody was hurt inside and that the smell was terrible. No response. And the door suddenly opened, making me stammer back a bit. I stepped out a bit hurried, expecting to see someone, but I saw no one. Bathroom door slammed shut behind me, scaring the shit out of me. I probably should have left, but not before I got that Xbox 360, I told myself. I'm gonna die here. A woman's voice had whispered that into my ear. And I don't mean I just heard a whisper. I mean I felt the breath from the whisper. And it was practically in my head. It was so close to my ear. I verbalized a what the fuck and made my way towards the door, the 360. I was almost to the kitchen when I felt something touch the small of my back. This time, I couldn't turn to look, couldn't jump from being startled. I was actually frozen in place. The feeling continued up my back. It felt like fingers just walking up my spine. I imagined myself swinging backwards and knocking whatever it was out. But no matter how much I tried or told my brain to move my body, it didn't work. I could move my eyes, and I was looking in every direction as much as I could. There was nothing there. The creeping continues up my spine, my neck, atop my head. Then the breathing started. Almost a heavy pant in my ear. I could feel the breath as I felt before with the whisper. It was hot. It was heavy. And it even had a smell accompanying it. The smell was like rotten eggs. It was so overpowering, I thought I might puke again. And just as I was about to, I could move again. The breathing stopped. It was a mad dash toward the back door at that point. And on the way out, I couldn't help but notice that every single cupboard and every single drawer that had been opened minutes ago were now closed. I didn't even bother being discreet on the way out. I honestly may have been screaming or making some sort of noise as I did. The next thing I really remember was sitting on my back steps drinking water. So I sat there for a good while, literally thinking about the choices I'd made, what just happened in there. I had no logical explanation, still don't really, especially for the next part. Because let's just say I hallucinated it all. Highly unlikely, but let's pretend. How does one explain the literal scratches on my back? The ones that went from the small of my back to my neck. They weren't deep, like no blood, but they were absolutely there. Eventually, they faded away. But what didn't fade away was the feeling that the whole experience gave me. Definitely enough to scare me straight, if you will. I never so much as stole a sugar packet after that whole thing. So while I'm pretty sure whatever was in that house was absolutely evil and likely wanted me to die, the lesson I took away from the whole thing is probably what has saved my life. Lately, I've been getting into the habit of reading the latest true ghost stories before going to bed. Yesterday, my wife, seeing me absorbed in these stories before bed, asks me what I was reading. When I explain to her, she says, "It reminds me of the story I told you. The one when I was still in high school with my grandmother. I didn't remember her story at all, but she refreshed my memory. And after listening to the story, I asked her if I could share it here, which she accepted. So, some backstory. My wife and I are from the Horn of Africa, and a lot of things that I read are very present in our culture. Whether it's men and women turning into hyenas at night, people living with spirits surrounding them, etc. I don't believe in these stories, not all of them, even though I myself have experienced some very strange things. So to tell my wife's story, I'm going to write it in first person because it's more convenient for me. So here it is. I was still in high school at the time. My grandmother often came to visit us at home. As usual, she often came to talk to my mother about things in general. I only remember that every Thursday, she held a kind of coffee ceremony with my mom, which is very common in our culture. Surprisingly, I never asked myself this question before traveling abroad, but it's true. Our coffee ceremonies, not only ours at home, but in our country in general, are very much like a kind of religious ritual. We roast the coffee, we light a lot of incense so the room is filled with smoke, and often we recite prayers. It is often said that it cleanses and purifies the home. That day, I stayed with my grandmother and mother in the room where they were holding the coffee ceremony. I listened to them talk, and out of tiredness, I started to doze off, my head resting right next to my grandmother. After a while, my mother and grandmother stopped talking, and I felt that something was happening around me. I was wide awake, but I didn't want to show it. I don't know why, but I pretended like I was still asleep. After a while, I heard my grandmother speaking, but it wasn't her. It was a very husky and masculine voice. My grandmother, or whoever had taken her place, greeted my mother. My mother replied with a lot of respect, but above all, a lot of naturalness. At that time, I had problems with my tonsils, and my mother was very worried. She asked the spirit if I was going to recover from my tonsil problems, and the spirit told her not to worry, that everything would be fine. It was strange, my mother addressing my grandmother in the plural, as if she was talking to several people. She spent at least 20 minutes asking all sorts of questions, which my grandmother answered. The spirits possessing my grandmother finally warned my mother that my grandmother was not doing as they commanded, and that this is why she was in poor health. They told my mother that my grandmother must never miss the Thursday coffee ceremony, or she would have to pay the consequences, which was her health, I guess. After 20 or 30 minutes, my grandmother came to her senses and asked my mother what they said. My mother told her that she had to follow what they told her to do in order to stay healthy. All the while, I was petrified and didn't want to show that I was awake. Okay, so that's my wife's story. I was talking to my wife about this last night. I still say I don't believe in these stories in general, though it is amazing that stories like skinwalkers are so prevalent in our culture. It was common knowledge that a neighbor turned into a hyena some nights, and many other stories about people you meet every day but spend some nights in the middle of wild animals, or people living with spirits, even the spirits manifesting themselves in front of you, etc. Finally, to conclude, I think that what happened with the grandmother in question is a possession that we call SARA in our country. Basically, some people live with spirits inside of them that give them orders in order to appease the spirits. For some spirits, it is to read Quranic or biblical verses every night. For others, it is to do coffee ceremonies every week. The most amazing thing about my wife's story is that it is completely integrated into the culture, and that people even seek advice from these spirits who possess people. By the way, the funny thing is that my mother is possessed by this type of spirit as well. For her, she also has to organize a coffee ceremony, but only once a year, when she makes an animal sacrifice, usually sheep or chicken, and she's dressed entirely in red from dawn to dusk. I know it's super weird, but I come from a very traditional country. For us, it is totally normal. When I was 6 or 7 years old, around 1998, I lived in this very old apartment in Skokie, Illinois. To give you an idea of how old it was, it still used one of those old skeleton keys where you could look through the keyhole and see the other room. I was in my room playing on the side of the bed with my Power Ranger toys. It was about 5 or 6 p.m. The TV was on, and I was alone in the room with my uncle somewhere else in our apartment. I remember this all so clearly, like it happened yesterday. I felt a pressure on my ankle, a painful pressure. I look down and I see a hand, deceased looking, grabbing my leg, trying to pull me under the bed. I fought back, trying to pull my leg away. This only happened for a few seconds. It let go, and at the time, I thought it was my older cousin pulling a prank on me. So I crawled under the bed to see if it was him. Underneath the bed were only empty boxes and nothing to be found. Fast forward to 2021. I finally told my uncle about what happened, and to my surprise, he also had weird things happen to him in that apartment. He told me every night he would have a dream or a nightmare about all of us dying in there. One of them was the apartment collapsing on us. So now I'm curious to ask my other family members that lived there if they ever experienced anything out of the ordinary. Did you ever have one of those babysitters that just sucked? Yeah, me too. Then I had the literal babysitter from hell, and it made my shitty babysitters look like saints. I was about 7 or 8. Can't remember if I was going to have my 8th birthday or my 9th, but anyways, I was young. My mom often used whatever babysitter was recommended by her friends or coworkers, very rarely finding someone on her own. Someone without references was a no-go. Now, I will preface this by saying I was definitely one of those kids who hated all babysitters. I always wanted to be with my mom. I wouldn't exactly lie about my babysitters, but I always said I didn't have fun, even if I did. Somehow in my child brain, I thought that if I never had a good time, my mom would just stop sending me to them. Anyways, this is to say that my mom was pretty over my complaints, and she didn't really want to hear how much I didn't like Rose. Because I hadn't even met her yet, I needed to give her a chance. Okay, the story. So yeah, her name was Rose. Kind of an old name for someone who appeared to be younger than my mom. She wasn't very warm. I remember my mom telling me that Rose babysat a friend of mine. This was her way of trying to get me to warm up to someone. But I was still a bit disappointed when I found out I was the only kid that Rose would be watching that night. She didn't have any siblings or other kids around, and her apartment wasn't even pet-friendly. After I'd been at the apartment for a while, Rose asked if I wanted to play a game. I, of course, did want to play a game, but was reluctant to do so. But there was something about Rose that made me feel like I actually had to do what she said. So I agreed to playing a game. She smiled. It was the first time I'd seen that from her all night. But it didn't make me feel happy, if that makes sense. It was unsettling, to be truthful. She leaves the main living room and heads into her bedroom. When she reemerges, she's holding a box. Some kind of board game that I've never seen before. I read the side of the box, but it doesn't even register. Doesn't make sense. I'd never seen this word before. In big letters it read, OUIJA. What the heck is that? I believe these were my exact words. Rose just looked at me with that same smile, promising me that I would love this game. She cleared off this small table in her living room and placed the board on the table. Then she grabbed this magnifying glass-looking arrow and placed it in the center of the board. I remember I started asking a lot of questions, and instead of yelling at me or even getting annoyed, she simply stared at me, placed a finger over my mouth while she made a shushing noise. I stopped asking questions, but then she started asking questions. I almost thought her questions were for me, but they made no sense. Are you here now? Or, can you introduce yourself to my new friend? I didn't answer any of these questions. Instead, I stared at the board intently, then back to Rose. At one point, I tried to move my hands off of the centerpiece thing, but Rose applied pressure to mine, saying very sternly that I couldn't move my hands. I told her I didn't want to play this game anymore, but she wasn't listening to me. Instead, telling me that's not how this game works. She asked the room, the board, I don't know who, "Can you show yourself again?" And just as she asks this question, I feel my arms being yanked, and I see her arms being yanked as the centerpiece moves rapidly to the word no. She asks this again, and the same thing happens, except it doesn't stop after just one. It goes back and forth between yes and no, so quickly that I literally feel like it's rubbing parts of the board off. I remember fighting my grip away from the centerpiece. When it finally released, I was running out of the living room and locking myself in the bathroom. I literally don't remember what happened after that. I must have fallen asleep, passed out, whatever. I don't remember leaving the apartment. But I remember coming to, screaming that I didn't want to go back, over and over. Then I could hear my mom's voice, and I barely opened my eyes and realized I was in my mom's car. Then I heard her say, ever so calmly from the driver's seat, "We aren't going back there, sweetie. Not ever." As soon as the words resonated, I was fast asleep again. My mom hates this story for obvious reasons, but it is what it is. It happened. And thankfully, she decided not to work overtime that night, even though she planned to ahead of time. She told me later in life that she just had a feeling and decided to leave work and come get me. When I was younger, I told my mom everything that happened, everything I could remember. She believed me, but she tried to tell me that I started having bad nightmares at Rose's house, that Rose wasn't a good fit, other things like that. As an adult, I asked more questions about this experience because I still remembered it differently. I figured she would tell me now that I was older. So I asked her one day, "What did you walk into that night?" Because the last thing I remember is locking myself in the bathroom. That's exactly what I walked into, you being locked in the bathroom. She said Rose answered the door with a literal, "Oh shit." My mom didn't like that, so she charged through Rose, only to see two other people sitting on the couch, drinking beers, with the Ouija board and paraphernalia spread out on the table. She said she screamed at Rose, asking why she left me in the bathroom. Why didn't she try to unlock it? Grabbing a bobby pin from her hair, my mom popped the lock open in seconds, and she found me sleeping in the bathtub. She said she raised hell on the way out. She was calling the cops, and she was going to sue the shit out of Rose, and if that didn't work, she was going to beat the living shit out of her. The first time my mom told me this, I was like, "Whoa, Mom, that's absolutely insane of you." Then she explained that I didn't see the condition that I was in. Curled into a ball, scratch marks on my hands, shaking. I decided that she wasn't overreacting, In fact, she probably underreacted because she never did press charges. Absolutely slandered Rose's name through town, but didn't press charges. I'm sure there's more to that story than I'm even aware of. Regardless, though, enough to qualify as scary. If the actual babysitter from hell doesn't terrify you, I don't know how a possessed planchette wouldn't. So when I was about 9 or 10 years old, there was this old asylum tuberculosis hospital that was turned into a hotel. One night, me and my family were taking a trip to another state, but decided to stop for a night at that hotel. Well, once we got settled in our room, my older brother and I decided to stay in our room while our mom and stepdad went to dinner. My older brother was watching TV, and I was playing with my toys or something, when out of nowhere we heard this loud, blood-chilling scream. It was coming from outside of our room. My brother bolted up and ran to see what it was, and when he opened the door, there was no one in the hall, though the people in the room in front of us also heard it as well. We thought maybe it was just them playing a joke on us. Not even 15 minutes later, we heard it again. This time, the people across from us went to go speak to the manager at the front desk. Just before my brother closed the door, we heard it again. It terrified me and my brother, and we decided to call our mom to see where she was. While he was on the phone with her, I was sitting on the bed when I saw a black shadow dart across our room towards the window before disappearing out of it. Later on in life, I learned that a former asylum patient had committed suicide by jumping out of the window. One day I was going out alone for a hike in an area that only me and my cousin know about, and I passed by a really old building. It had some very old, dusty photos of a man and a woman in one of the windows from the communist era, and I was thinking to myself about how they're probably dead now. After that, I got a really weird vibe during the whole hike, which I've done 100 times before in the same area. Then, night fell, so I started heading back home. I had a small flashlight on me, which I was using to get back and to make sure I didn't step on something or fall. As I was coming home, through a different remote spot, on a hill, with no buildings or paths or anything like that, never used by people, just wilderness, far from town. I kid you not, right behind me in the grass, I heard a literal music box start playing a tune while I was walking. I could hear it while I was walking, and when I stopped walking to listen to it better, I heard it for a split second clearly, and then it stopped, almost like it knew I had stopped to listen for it. As scared as I was, I started looking around and I couldn't find it anywhere in the grass, but the sound came from that exact area, very close to me. It just stopped mid-song, and I didn't hear it again. I ran home really scared because I've never had anything like that happen to me before, and I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal, but this made me really, really scared. I also recognized the tune of the song. It was French. It's called Frère Jacques, and our French teacher used to sing it to us in 4th grade to help us relax, and we would sit with our heads on the desks and pretend to be sleeping, like Frère Jacques does in the lyrics of the song. That teacher died of a heart attack in the 6th grade, and my PE teacher at the time also died of lung cancer shortly after. Literally don't know what to make of that night. The moment I heard the music box playing in the middle of nowhere, right next to me, in real life, I just stopped moving and thought to myself, you've got to be kidding me. This isn't happening. I was also alone in the whole area and the whole trip. It left me freaked out. I never heard it again during other hikes, and none of my friends or cousins or anyone commented anything about it. I don't think it was set up. I'm 100% sure it wasn't in my head, because I was hearing it while walking through the grass and shrubs, and when I stopped, I kept hearing it clearly from behind me. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do any type of drugs. I don't take any sort of medication or anything like that. I'm just baffled. I'll start off with a bit of backstory. I was in the second grade during the time of this story, and now I'm 23. My mom and then stepdad moved into a house in Seminole, Florida, which had originally belonged to 3 older ladies that were sisters, who eventually passed on, leaving the house to go up for sale. The house was extremely outdated. My parents got it for cheap, using extra money to renovate and update the house. A few things that stuck out to me before my parents started renovating. All the light switch covers had the Virgin Mary imprinted on them, an emblem saying, "In God we trust," or a cross. In the living room, the biggest wall had wallpaper on it, with a scene of village people from what seemed like the 1800s. Crosses hung above every doorway or entrance to each room. My mom also kept a neat antique bookcase that was left there before we moved in. On to the story of things I experienced in this house. We would receive mail addressed to all of the sisters, separate envelopes with each name. And they would include 1 penny taped to each typed letter. I remember one of the names being Josephina. After watching the Halloween episode of Zack and Cody, where Esteban calls spirits through a crystal ball, I thought it would be fun to gather my parents and act out the scene. Holding my parents' hands, I called out, "Josephina, if you're here, give me a sign." After I was done being silly, I went to my room, and as soon as I flipped the light switch on, one of the light bulbs made a loud popping sound and went out. I used to wake up in the middle of the night regularly, scared from a bad dream or something silly. And to feel safe, I would turn my TV on and eventually fall back to sleep. One night, after waking up, I was watching TV and heard some fidgeting in the living room. My door was halfway open, and the living room was across from my bedroom. The doors in the house were wood and hollow in the center, making any tap on them fairly loud and deep. After hearing the fidgeting, I'm still looking at the open space between the frame and the door, and there was a loud smack on the door, pushing it open a little bit more. But there was absolutely no one there. My parents were sleeping, and we had no animals. At 8:20 p.m. every night, 8 p.m. was my bedtime, and I had a clock on my nightstand. I would feel a light pressure rub against the top of the covers at the end of my bed, over my feet. No one was there, but it happened at the same time every night, as if maybe whatever spirit was in the house was saying goodnight. "7 years ago, my older sister passed away. She unfortunately took her own life. Her passing was extremely difficult on my family, especially my mother, who my siblings and I are very close with. There's nothing worse in life than trying to hold and comfort your mother while watching her whole world crumble and burn, knowing you yourself are dealing with your own trauma, because I was the one who found her body that day. 2 weeks after her death, she was cremated, and her ashes were divided 3 ways. Some went to my dad. My parents had been divorced since I was 5. Some went into an urn for my brother, my mom, and I, and the rest went into a necklace for my mom. My mom and brother asked me if I wanted some of her ashes, but part of me thought if I kept them, she wouldn't be completely free. So I chose not to keep some. About a year later, my brother was living in Oregon with his girlfriend, Ingrid. My mom decided to let my brother have my sister's ashes until he decided to move back to our hometown. One day, while they were rearranging their room, my brother, who always kept my sister's ashes on a dresser by his bed, put them in the closet so they didn't get knocked over while they were moving furniture. At night around 2 a.m., Ingrid said she had trouble staying asleep while my brother was knocked out beside her. She said she was laying there for about 10 minutes when out of nowhere, she heard my brother mumbling something. Thinking he's awake, she turns on the light and sees that he's fast asleep. After a few minutes of looking at him and being slightly creeped out by his sleep talking, she turns off the light and lays back down. Another 10 minutes go by when out of nowhere, and clear as day, she hears my brother say, "Take my sister out of the closet. She doesn't like it in there." She says she froze and was scared to turn on the light for a second time. She says she just lays there for a moment before gathering up the courage to turn on the light. To her surprise, she sees that my brother is completely asleep and drooling a little. She said her eyes immediately look at the closet that is closed. She says that she gets up, opens the closet, and sees my sister's urn on the shelf. She takes the urn and places it on the dresser where it was before they put it in the closet. The next day, when she's telling the story to my mom, she says that morning she asked my brother if he remembers anything about last night, to which he replies, "No, I don't even remember falling asleep." Later that day, while my mom is at work, she's telling her coworker this story, and the coworker says that when you keep someone's ashes, you're supposed to keep them somewhere that people gather, like a living room. Since this incident, my brother now keeps my sister's ashes in his living room, in a beautiful urn, on a shelf next to her picture, with a candle that's always lit, electronically. A few years before she passed, she and I would watch Ghost Adventures religiously, and we vowed that when one of us passed away first, that person would haunt the shit out of the other. I find it funny that she used my brother to scare the shit out of his girlfriend, who didn't know about our agreement from years before. This is a story that happened to me 4 years ago when I was in university. I was 19 and my campus was old, so old that it was known to be haunted. By known, I mean we always had ghost hunters and paranormal investigators interested in our campus. Our campus was small, too. It used to be a neighborhood in the 1800s. The buildings are historic now, and the neighborhood is the campus. So the classes, everything, is held in these old mansions. You could ask anyone, and we all have haunted stories to tell you. But I was well into my second year and hadn't yet experienced anything, so I didn't believe it. My friend had bought a tarot deck, and she claimed to communicate with the spirit she came into contact with. Now, at the time, I was fairly religious and didn't feel safe with the tarot, but she promised me that it was fine. Yet the readings were always so negative. Anyone who came for a reading got the most negative outcome. Boyfriend hasn't replied to you in an hour, he's cheating. You failed your test, you might as well drop out. She also didn't cleanse or do protection. But again, I was a doubter, and I hadn't experienced anything. Until November 7th, at 3 a.m. I stayed up late all the time talking to my friend. We ended the call at 2:30 a.m. I shut the lights off and was just scrolling on my phone. And I heard 3 loud knocks at exactly 3 a.m. It wasn't from the wall. It was on my bed frame. There was no logical explanation for it. This continued every night at exactly 3 a.m. for a week. I was convinced I was crazy. 8 days later, it's 2:59 a.m. and I waited. The clock turned to 3 a.m. No knock. Weird, I thought. But I was glad whatever it was left. I closed my eyes for 1 second and heard a soft woman's voice. I shot out of bed and flicked the light on. Fuck this school, fuck this room. I was terrified. I ran to my friend's room, and she let me sleep on her floor. The next day, my roommate came to me and told me that she was spooked the other night. She says, I was laying in bed reading, and I look up, and a woman in an 1800s dress was staring at me. We brought a medium to read our room, and she told us that a portal had been opened. She said our tarot friend was not doing proper protection. Therefore, the spirits in our very active area were attracted to our reading and us. She said the spirit was not particularly negative, but was a woman who died young and did not live a fulfilling life. She could not pass on. We ended up cleansing the area. The medium helped the spirit move on. She was able to close that portal for us too. We never had problems after that. Yesterday, I was in the bathtub at my boyfriend's house. Usually, I'll listen to a podcast or music, but last night, I just wanted to sit in silence. At some point, my boyfriend walks in with a peaceful look on his face. He asks, "You singing, honey?" I sing a lot in the shower and around the house, but I definitely was not singing. I told him this, and we both got creeped out. I asked if any of the windows were open, like maybe someone was singing outside. All the windows were shut, and the loud AC units were running. Also, it was really late, so the idea of someone singing out in the night was eerie in itself. He said the singing he heard was so clear that he could still remember the melody. He hummed it and asked me again, "You sure you weren't singing that? Maybe quietly?" The melody was not one that I recognized, and no, I definitely was not singing. What do you guys think? Ghost? When I was 22 years old, I was pregnant with my oldest child. My child's father, who we'll call Rob, had used illicit drugs in the past before we got together. Our bedroom was set up with our dresser placed against the wall, opposite from our bed. One night, I awoke to the sound of scratching. I looked to the foot of the bed and I saw the outline of Rob's body sitting there, facing the dresser. He was leaning forward a bit, as if he were hovering over something on top of the dresser. I thought he was cutting up drugs, even though he had never done so during the 4 years we'd been together. Extremely confused, I whispered, "Rob, what are you doing?" He didn't acknowledge that he heard me, so with a little more volume in my voice, I repeated his name. Again, no response. He just continued scratching at the dresser. Irritated, I threw the blanket off of myself, huffed loudly, and began to scoot down to the edge of the bed. But I stopped abruptly and froze. Before I had the chance to make any significant movement, I heard a sudden snort. You know, the sound that people make when they snore and you interrupt their sleep, but they don't fully wake up. I slowly looked to my left and realized that Rob had been sleeping soundly next to me the entire time. This happened when I was about 12-ish years old. I was sitting in my living room, which has a large window facing the main road, when I heard someone knock on the door in the mudroom, which is attached to the living room. My dad was downstairs playing on his drum set, and it was well into the evening. I thought it was strange, but figured maybe it was someone who wanted to ask him to play quieter. We got many noise complaints over the years. When I opened the main door, there was a man I definitely didn't recognize standing there. He was probably in his 40s or 50s, wearing what looked like casual business clothes. I didn't really think much of it, but kept the screen door closed as a precaution. Here's how I vaguely remember our encounter playing out. Creepy dude. Hi, I was wondering if I could use your phone. I need to call someone. Me. Sorry, no, we don't have a landline, and I don't have a cell phone. I lied because I had a bad gut feeling. Creepy dude. Oh, that's okay. Do you think I could at least have a glass of water? I can wait here while you grab it. Me. Sorry, we just moved in and haven't unpacked our glasses yet. Again, a huge lie, but I was panicked. Through the window, you could clearly see that we'd lived there for some time. Creepy dude, trying way too hard to be friendly. That's all right. Do you have a hose I could drink from? Me, definitely freaked out. Yeah, it's actually right there on the ground. I say this while pointing to the outdoor hose a couple feet from the door. Creepy dude with an even wider smile. Oh, thank you. Do you think you could turn it on for me? Me, looking terrified. Sorry, no, I don't know how it works. Creepy dude, visibly a bit angry but trying to hide it. Oh, come on. You don't know how to use a hose? At this point, my fight or flight was in full force, so I just slammed the door. I locked it and ran downstairs to my dad. I told him what happened, and he stormed outside with a baseball bat. But the guy was gone by the time my dad got outside. I never saw him again after that. Still freaks me out to think what he might have done if he got a hold of me. So, creepy dude who showed up at my house and tried to get me to go outside to turn on the hose, let's not meet. I'm a DJ from Michigan who'd like to remain anonymous purely because if I ever make it big, I don't want the story of how I almost died in a vocal booth to follow me. But golly, I'd sure like to share my recent experience. So, like I said, I'm a DJ, and recently my associates and I purchased an underground space to set up our recording studio. Upon purchasing this space, we also splurged and spent thousands on soundproofing it. Like, once you close the door, silence. Nothing on the outside can be heard from within, and vice versa. Pros are that we can artistically explore the whomps and fat stomps of our music without bothering the haters. People always talk shit till they see you at Coachella. But soundproofing this bad boy and going underground meant no cell reception. In order to make a call, you had to go out the studio doors, down a hallway, up some stairs, to the outside. No distractions down there. But sometimes your girl gets mad, asking you why you ain't picking up. You with those girls, huh? And you just gotta brush it off. That's the sacrifice for art. Okay, so back in late 2020, just before Christmas, I'm down getting our new Midas 64-channel digital mixer board all hooked up. And as I'm under the board plugging in cords, all the lights in the studio go off. I don't flinch, though. Just get up and flick them back on. When I go back under the board, they turn off again. I won't lie, I got a little shook. I just laid there in the dark, waiting for one of my buddies to come in, because I thought someone had to be fucking with me. I wasn't expecting anyone, but it would be right up their alley to do something like this. Eventually, when nobody came back through the studio doors, I got up and turned the lights on again. I then looked out the studio doors and even went up the stairs outside to the parking lot. My car was still the only one there. I go down, shut and lock the studio door this time, and continue plugging in this massive mixing board. An hour later, the board's done, and I enter the rectangular cuboid that is our vocal booth. I Googled what a 3-dimensional rectangle is, and it said a rectangular cuboid, so if that gives you a better idea of what our vocal booth looks like in this big padded room. It's a 7x7 vocal booth, with a little window to see out of. I'm in there setting up the mics, and out go the lights again. As I scramble for the door handle, I realize it's jammed. The whole door is stuck. I'd eventually discover that somehow our rolling chair was pushed under the vocal booth handle from the outside. No panicking for me, though. At least not yet. I reached into my pocket to grab my phone, only it wasn't there. I peered out the small little window, but it was pitch black. I was sure that I'd left it on the mixing board, but I couldn't really be sure. Then it hit me that none of that mattered. There was no cell service in this place. For probably too long, I attempted to open the vocal booth door, thinking it was just stuck and needed a couple of gentle pushes. I really wasn't ready to destroy something that I'd already spent weeks putting together. After what I can only imagine was hours, I changed my tune a bit. I began the process of trying to break through the door, and I was not successful. The aftermath would tell me that I was pretty damn successful at destroying the door, but not any closer to getting it open. It was at that moment I knew I was locked inside of a vocal booth within a giant soundproof room, underground, alone, on a Friday. I was fucked. Time was almost impossible to keep track of. I didn't have my phone, and there were no windows to the outside in the studio. It was pitch black everywhere. I was getting antsy, or maybe more accurately, I was getting scared. But more importantly, I was getting thirsty and hungry and all of the other things that you get on a normal day. What if I have to pee? I thought to myself. Then, of course, I had to pee. That worry was short-lived, though, because as soon as I thought about the fact that I had to pee, I heard something. Something or someone was humming. It sounded like it was just outside the door. At this point, I was sitting down, so I shot up and looked out the little window. Nothing. Still total darkness. I put my ear up to the door, and the humming was definitely coming from outside the door. And it was definitely a woman making the sound. I remember calling out, "Hello?" and immediately feeling like a total nutcase. Like, who exactly did I think I was talking to? But I got a response. "Hello?" I practically threw myself into the back wall of the booth. The response was in my voice, like an exact replica of my voice being thrown back at me. It wasn't an echo. First of all, not even possible in this booth. But secondly, it took a few good seconds for the word to be repeated back to me. I slid down the wall, feeling true fear for the first time. I wasn't sure what the fuck was going on. I just wanted the lights to come back on at least. After only a couple of moments of silence, the humming was back. It was accompanied by what I could only place as footsteps. But they sounded like they were walking on wood floors. We didn't have wood floors. We put carpet over the wood flooring as it was better for soundproofing. I was losing it. I stood back up and shouted for anyone, yelling hello this time, over and over, pounding on the door. Ignoring the fact that no one could hear me, I continued on yelling as I threw myself into the door, over and over again. As I did, I thought I was hearing the sound of the door splitting. But then, when I stopped slamming against the door, I could still hear the cracking sound of the wood. Even more, I could hear the sound of someone slamming against the door. I reached out toward the door, and sure enough, I could feel it shaking like a door would if someone was slamming their body into it, but from the other side. shaking like it had just a moment ago when I was throwing myself against it. And suddenly, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was sure that if I could see anything, it would be blurry because of how lightheaded I was. I felt the air leaving my lungs, and the last thing I heard was that fucking humming. I must have passed out. I remember waking up, but everything was still dark. Like there was nothing my eyes could adjust to. And just like before, I felt like I couldn't breathe. And then I was out. The next thing I remember is being slapped in the face. Not hard, just enough to snap me out of it, I guess, wake me up. The lights were back on. That was the first thing I noticed. And standing over me was one of my associates, asking if I was all right. My vision was blurry, but behind him, I swear I could see the silhouette of a woman or someone with long hair. I blinked my eyes a bunch, and once my vision was clear, I could see that it was just me and this other person. I got your phone call, but I couldn't hear anything, not really well. Thought I should check on you. Went by your apartment, but you weren't there. Figured I'd come by the studio and make sure you were all right. How long have you been in here? All night? What a loaded statement all of this was. Like, what the fuck? Phone call? There's no way I called anyone. And all night, I mean, what time was it? I still had no idea. So I asked, what time is it? It's almost 10. 10. Like 10 p.m. Friday or 10 a.m. Saturday. He looks at me, real confused. Concerned, maybe. No, 10 a.m., but it's Sunday, man. Sunday morning. Have you been in here since Friday night? Wait, what day is it? It's Sunday. Sunday. What the fuck? I went into the booth Friday, early evening from what I could remember. How in the hell did I lose an entire day? And how was I okay? My associate's the one that told me about the chair being stuck against the handle of the booth. He tells me this and then kind of laughs and asks if I had a girl with me or something. He points to my neck. I move over to the mirror on the studio wall, and I can see on my neck, it looks like bruises, or to my associate, hickeys. But I hadn't been with anyone. I was processing that information while still trying to figure out what the shit had happened. And then I left. I don't even think I said goodbye or thanks for saving my life. And I know that I shouldn't have driven, but I did. I just drove to my apartment, turned on the TV and every single light in the house, and honestly, zoned out for a while. I felt super weird, not tired, but not rested. And that feeling lasted all day. When night came, I had a newfound fear of the dark. I eventually fell asleep, but with the lights on. After that, I hate to say it, but I had a hard time going to the studio. Not gonna lie, I was scared shitless. Naturally, that couldn't last forever. All the money that I'd invested, and the fact that the studio was essentially my livelihood, is my livelihood. So, yeah, I've gone back. I even spend time there alone. But if I'm being honest, I haven't been back in the vocal booth yet. We're coming up on almost a year now. My associates haven't had any strange experiences, at least not that they're willing to admit. Every now and again, since then, I hear those familiar footsteps, though. The ones that sound like they're on wood floors. Yeah, I try to tune those out the best I can. Thank you, headphones. This happened a few months back. I was home alone and just chilling in my room. My dogs often like to lay with me, and this particular day they were doing just that. My parents were at work, Dad in another city, Mom at the school that she worked at. My siblings were at school, so I know for sure no one was home. So I'm just doing my homework and I hear a couple of knocks at my door. My dogs immediately look up and stare silently toward the door. Maybe my brother was just home. I call out his name, and then I open the door when I don't hear anything. Well, you guessed it. There was no one there. Odd. The thing is, if it was a random person who just happened to break into my house, my dogs would have gone berserk. They are weirdly keen at only barking at strangers indoors. Besides, I never hear any footsteps. I double-check the time and notice it's only 10 a.m. Unless my siblings or Mom got sick, there's no way they were coming home at this time. I was later assured that no such thing happened. No one had come home. I've had a couple of odd occurrences in the home, such as things going missing and being replaced in the exact spot that you looked, only hours later. Our house was brand new when we got it and was only built on empty farmland. I used to dabble in the occult as a middle schooler, so maybe that's why. Haunted by a man who wanted us to find his family pictures? The title alone sounds very odd, but hopefully this will all make sense by the end. My family and I have lived in our current house for about 10 years. Shortly after it was built, the owners put it on the market and we moved in a year later. Before the house was built, it was part of a large field owned by a farmer who lives behind us. There was never any sort of activity in this house before the past month. We've lived in a haunted house before, the kind where you feel you're being watched, footsteps, voices, the works. This house felt like a relief the moment we stepped in because there was nothing. And how could there be? It's so new. Well, last month, after my siblings had gone off to school, I heard very distinct footsteps to the upper level of the house, followed by a voice of an unspecified gender calling, before walking down the hallway, pushing open my parents' door. It's broken. At first, I'm thinking somebody must have gotten home extremely early, or maybe the bus didn't come at all. Then I realized that wasn't the case and figured we were being robbed. While I'm internally panicking, I hear one of my dogs trot down the hallway into my parents' room. After hearing the door open, I guess. And I knew he definitely would have barked if he saw a stranger poking around. When I summoned up the courage to look around the other rooms, no one was there. I thought. A little odd, but not a ghost. It couldn't be a ghost. But then the footsteps on the stairs became more persistent. They always went up the stairs and into my parents' room. I started waking up in the middle of the night with the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Worst of all, one night I woke up to someone pushing down on my shoulder. I assumed it was my youngest sister who often gets scared at night. So without opening my eyes, I told her to go to bed. But when there was no response, I got up and found that she was sound asleep in her bed. After that, family members kept complaining of having their shirt tugged on while standing in the middle of the room. At one point, 3 of the blinds pushed down on the living room window, as if someone was looking outside at a neighbor. Like we saw the blinds move. Something was obviously going on, so my parents installed a ring device to see if they could pick up anything. They picked up a man's voice on 2 occasions, with 0 explanation. There's only one male in the house with a voice deep enough to match that, and he wasn't home when it happened. It sounded like it said, "What are you doing?" And on a separate occasion, "Look at this, babe." It was getting really, really creepy, to the point where I couldn't sleep at night from the overwhelming feeling of being watched. But then, one day shortly after that, my family went to a nearby friend's house to dig through their yard with their metal detector. In a pile of trash near the scenic byway, they found a USB with pictures of a man with his family. The wife's name was on the USB thing, and when we looked her up, we found out her husband had died a month ago, unexpectedly. I have no idea why the USB was thrown into this person's yard. Bad fight between them years ago, maybe? There's no way of ever knowing. What I do know is, once we dropped off the USB at the funeral home, the day of the man's service, all the activity in the house came to a halt. No more voices on the Ring device. No more footsteps. I can sleep peacefully at night, and I don't feel watched. The house feels safe again. How this man knew to find us or knew that we would find his family pictures is beyond me. I'm just glad he was able to move on now, if that is the case of why we had this activity in the first place. This happened a few months ago to me and my friends. We are university students in Cape Town, South Africa, so when we aren't trying to get through the semester, we like to let our habits get the better of us and go out for drinks. On this night, we had just finished what felt like an extra long day at the university and decided to head to the bar about 5 minutes from campus for some much-needed stress relief. The evening was going well. Although a bit slow, it was enjoyable with everyone having a drink, but we were getting a bit restless. So me, being one of the more outgoing ones of the group, suggested that we head to the bar with the pool tables, not far from where we were. Everyone agrees and we get our stuff to go. We all jumped in my car and we got to the bar, but being a Thursday night, parking was scarce. I finally managed to find a spot about a block away from the bar, but in a secluded side street. I should also mention that this bar is in one of the sketchier parts of town, but it's normally quite safe due to the amount of nightlife associated with being close to the university. We walked to the bar, and no one really felt uneasy, nor did anything happen to make us feel that way, which was quite surprising. After a few hours of pool and just relaxing, we decided it was time to grab dinner before the restaurants closed, as being in South Africa means that most restaurants, even fast food, close really early, around 7 or 8, to comply with curfew. We decided to stop at the pizza place below the bar to grab some food before we all decided what the plan was for the end of the night. With our group being so large and the pizza place being so small, we decided that we'd have those getting food go inside, while the others who didn't would just wait outside on the street. It was an easy decision, as the pizza place had a massive open window with a built-in counter, so we could still all talk to each other. This is where things started to get a little weird. While we were waiting for our friends inside the pizza place to come out, this massive white van pulled up past us and stopped. The driver wasn't an intimidating-looking dude. He was skinny, looked to be about average height, with shoulder-length blonde hair, a pretty standard-looking dude for this kind of area. He calls out to me and asks if I think his van could fit in a parking spot just behind him. For perspective, this parking spot could probably fit like a small hatchback, maybe. This dude is driving a full long-size panel van. This makes me kind of uneasy, as I thought as a driver of a car, you should know where your car can definitely not fit, and this was one of them. I explained to him that I didn't think it was even worth attempting. He responds telling me that he has faith in his ability, and I should come stand behind the van and direct him. This gives me major red flags, and after a few back and forths, he just pulls the emergency brake and sits and stares at my friends and I for what felt like an eternity. He then thanked us and drove off. This prompted my friends to come outside from the pizza place as they just saw what happened and were very confused. We were all kind of weirded out, but thought nothing of it. Everyone ate their pizza, and we tried to decide what the plan would be for the last hour or two, before curfew cut things short. Most of us decided this is where the night was going to end, as we were all kind of weirded out by the guy in the van. A few others decided that they were going to stay and take an Uber home later. With our friend group cut down to 4, we decided to walk back to the car and just head home. When we left the pizza place, a homeless person called out to us and was insisting we had nothing to worry about with the guy in the van, which didn't help anyone's nerves. We then decided to head to the car, but as soon as we turned the corner to approach the side street where the car was parked, we saw Van Man again. This time not quite as happy as he seemed in his last encounter earlier. I made a cheeky comment about him finally finding a parking spot that he could fit in while we were walking past each other, and he just stared at me and my friends, not breaking eye contact, even when we passed him. I turned around to see if he was still looking. He was. But as we turned the corner of the side street with the car, I saw it and my heart sank. The van, horribly parked half on and half off the sidewalk, back door slightly open. Upon seeing this, I turn around and I see Van Man is now walking towards us. But he said something that confused me at first, but immediately made sense after. He said, "Hey, please just watch my car," which confused me. But when he said that, 4 men sat up from leaning on the wall next to it and began following us. My friends and I were slightly ahead of them, so we were trying to discuss the game plan, because it was obvious if we did nothing, something horrible was going to happen. My friends started walking faster, and I remained at the same speed, frantically searching my pockets for my car keys, all while shouting at my friends to wait up and what's the rush? All in hopes that the guys behind us, who were gaining on us, were oblivious to us knowing they had sinister intentions. As soon as the car came into view, we booked it, jumped in, and drove away. But we were only seconds from not being that lucky. After locking the car doors, I saw the men surrounding the car. I managed to get us out, and looking back in the mirror, I saw a 5th man by the van at the bottom of the street. I still have no idea what their intentions were that night, if it was to rob us or beat us up, or worse. I don't really like to think about how lucky we were that night. I ask that when you're out, no matter how innocent an interaction with someone can seem, always pay attention to the little things. So to the man in the van my friends and I saw that night, can we please not meet again? When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. My parents are divorced, and on the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. The house that she lived in was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house itself was at least 150 years old. My mom told me off and on of strange sounds she'd been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes, feelings of being watched. This one particular evening when I spent the night, I brought my N64 because my mom would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing. WWF No Mercy. I was sitting crisscross on the floor, playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller and saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse, next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood, were coming out of the sliver that separated the hoof. I slowly glanced up, and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned down towards me. Its face got down in my face, and it grinned the most evil smile. The eyes were pure black, full of hatred and rage, and a red face. It was a one-winged creature. Blood was dripping from the tips of its jagged, sharp teeth. It was so surreal. I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later that it was part of that fight or flight response. Several seconds later, I came to, laying on the floor and could barely move. The demonic figure in the chair was laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry. I lost all strength. It was frightening. I can't put into words just how bad it was. I did all I could to crawl away from it while clenching my chest. My body was shaking uncontrollably from fear and panic. When I looked over my shoulder, I could still see it laughing at me. My mother's room was a mere 15 feet away from the TV, yet it seemed like forever crawling there. I finally made it to my mom's room and woke her up. I couldn't speak or stand up for quite some time after witnessing what I'd just gone through. After I woke her up, we talked and she believed me. She told me that her and her boyfriend had seen the same thing weeks earlier, but didn't want to scare me. I don't know what to make of it all, and I still think of it to this day. I have no doubt that demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when 3 people see the same thing on different occasions, different locations, either we're all crazy or something was wrong with that old farmhouse. My mom has since moved, and thankfully, we haven't encountered that thing again. This happened about 5 years ago, when I was around 16, 17 years old. I always enjoyed walking. I would spend at least an hour a day walking the roads around where I lived. One day I was out doing my normal route, walking down the street that my house was on, taking a ride out the main street, and following it until I got to the end. There I would cross the crosswalk and retrace my steps home. On this particular day, I was about 20 feet from where I would leave the main road on my journey back home. I had my headphones in, blasting music as always, which can be a bad habit as I'm a young female that's been put in some sketchy situations while going for walks. Men chasing me, following me, etc. But since it was daylight and the roads were pretty busy, I figured I was safe. But man, was I ever so off with that assumption. As I was about to pass the entrance of the side street before leaving the main road, a black Ford F-150 pulled up. He stopped and gestured for me to walk in front of him, so I did so. I was about to go on my merry way when I barely heard someone trying to talk to me. I turned down my music, taking out my headphones, as I looked to see the man in the black Ford still stopped at the entrance of the side road. I looked at him, puzzled, trying to figure out if he was talking to me. I pointed at myself, and he grinned, nodding. "What's a beautiful girl like you doing out here?" he asked. I laughed awkwardly. Walking," I replied, seeing as the answer should have been obvious. "It's a beautiful day for that," he commented, just seeming to make small talk. "Yeah," I stated before going to turn around and continue my route home. "Wait," the man called. I stopped and turned around, just trying to be polite. Even though the encounter was odd, I didn't see too many red flags yet. The man then went off, saying things such as, "You're so beautiful. You know, you have a really nice body. This hot weather is nice for a hot girl." I grew incredibly uncomfortable at this point, seeing as this man had to be in his mid-40s. He had a bit of a receding hairline with black hair, a nose with a protruding bridge, blue eyes that were surrounded by slight wrinkles. He was dressed in a dress shirt. So I instantly brought up my age, saying, "I'm a minor." There have been multiple times where I've been mistaken for being older than I was, and I was hoping that saying this would get this fully grown adult-ass man to back off. But he didn't. "Oh, that's okay. Come on, sweetheart, get in the truck." That's when I started panicking, red flags shooting up everywhere, stranger danger. I laughed nervously, looking at the cars around me to see if anyone was noticing what was happening. Nobody did. "No, that's fine. My house isn't far." "No, really, get in the truck. I'll bring you home." "No." "Come on, just get in the truck with me," he called as I turned and started walking away. I was hoping he'd just drive off somewhere else, but he didn't. Instead, he drove extremely slow, following me, complimenting me, and trying to pressure me into his truck. I thought fast of multiple options for different scenarios, but I chose one simple one. I pulled out my phone. While still walking, I lifted it to my ear, pretending loudly to answer a call. "Hey, Dad?" "Yeah, no, I'm just on insert street name here. I'll be home in 10 minutes. I stopped pretending to listen to the reply. "Okay, you're outside waiting for me? Awesome. Yeah, we can do that when I get back. Love you." After he heard me say that, he took off, tires screeching. I ran back home, and I made it within about 6 minutes, actually calling my dad on the way, who had made a call to the police. They showed up shortly after and took my statement and description. Turns out there was a man on the loose in my area who was exposing himself to minors and trying to pick them up for sexual acts. But they never really found out exactly who it was. So, creepy man in black Ford F-150, let's not meet again. This happened about 13 years ago, when I was around 10 years old. Me and my little friends were always looking for some sort of trouble to get ourselves into. Our favorite was making homemade boards for communicating with ghosts. We wanted to experience something scary, or so we thought. I'm not proud of this moment, as I now realize it was extremely disrespectful for us to do, but bear in mind that I was only 10. A very small baby had passed away a couple of days after the grandma had passed away too. 2 deaths in one house must mean that we can finally communicate with a ghost. So we took our homemade board and went a little bit further from the house so we wouldn't get in trouble, but still close enough to where we could see the porch. We set everything up and grabbed each other's hands. We closed our eyes and started focusing on ghostly stuff or whatever. I felt a sudden urge to open my eyes, and I take a look at the porch of the house. There was a tall woman wearing a long black dress. She was looking down, so I couldn't see anything besides that. At first, I thought it might be the mother of the baby. People in my country wear black after a close family member's death, so it's not uncommon. She lifted her head up, and that's when I felt my heart drop, and the hair on my body just stood up. She had no face, but I could tell that she was looking right at me. You know those moments when you're terrified, but for whatever reason, you can't move, can't scream. You just watch in horror. After the initial shock, I managed to let out the most intense scream that I ever have. My friends took one look at me, then looked in the direction I was looking, and then they started screaming as well. We ran so fast we couldn't catch our breath when we got back to my house. I've never been so scared in my life. After we managed to catch our breath, I decided to ask everyone, "What did you see?" A faceless lady, staring right at us. Without me telling them what I saw, that was everyone's answer. I'm not claiming that what we saw was a ghost. We were very young, and maybe there are explanations as to what happened. Maybe we wanted to see something so bad that we created a scare out of nothing. What confuses me, though, is how did we all see the exact same thing? This happened when I was about 6 years old, but I still remember it very well. Like many kids that age, I was scared of the dark, to the point where a Scooby-Doo movie could give me nightmares for weeks. So I often moved to lay with my head at the foot of the bed, as it allowed me to peek out the door and into the living room, where my parents usually watched TV after tucking me in. This particular night was no different. It was dark and quiet when I woke up. My parents must have gone to bed. Then, I saw a slender woman who looked to be no older than 30. Her fair hair was long, almost down to her waist, and she wore a simple dress that reached her shins. She wasn't transparent, but she had this weird, faint glow, and she held her arms to her chest as if she was carrying a tiny infant. I knew instantly that it wasn't my mother. She had short hair, almost a bob cut, and never wore more than underwear to bed, maybe a t-shirt at most, but certainly not a long nightgown. Furthermore, my younger sister was a toddler at the time, far bigger than the infant-like thing that this woman was holding. She walked silently with her face directed down toward the infant, paying me no attention as she slowly made her way past my bedroom door. I knew it wasn't my mother, yet I felt absolutely calm, despite my usual night terror. It was as if I recognized instinctively that this woman, whoever she was not a threat to me. And so I laid still, waiting for her to return and pass by my room again. She couldn't walk more than 3 or 4 steps past my door in that direction. There was an old wooden dining table. It would seat about 8 to 12 people, blocking the way. She couldn't even walk around it either. She'd have to turn around. But no matter how long I waited, she never returned. In the end, I got tired of waiting, and I got out of bed to check it out. Nothing. There was no one in the living room, nor the kitchen. I even went to check on my parents, who were sound asleep. Puzzled, I headed back to bed and eventually fell asleep. I asked my parents at breakfast the following morning who the lady from last night was, as I'd never seen her before. Had they held a late-night get-together? But my parents had no clue what I was talking about, and I ended up just shrugging it off. I never saw her again, but my fear of the dark ended soon after, as if the encounter had somehow assured me. And more than 2 decades later, I still feel her presence in the house. My parents and sister have noticed it too, although they've never seen her. Sometimes we all joke about it, except my sister, who feels uncomfortable and creeped out about it. My childhood home isn't particularly old, but it had been owned a few times before my parents purchased it in their late 20s. We're not religious, and I don't know who or what she could be, but the house would feel oddly empty without her, and I like the small signs of her being there. I do wonder, however. So 3 years ago, I was walking home late at night from my friend's house. It was dark, and at the time, I lived in a rough part of a large city. I've had many sketchy situations that I've gotten myself out of, so I guess I felt sort of invincible, like nothing truly scary could happen to me. When I walk alone, I always stay very alert and aware of my surroundings for my own safety, just in case. About halfway home and roughly 10 minutes to my apartment, I noticed a van started tailing me. I was used to this since in my city, it's very common for a young woman in a rough area to get propositioned for sex. It's embarrassing how desensitized to this I was. I did my usual and crossed the road so that I'd be walking beside the traffic heading in the other direction. I wasn't scared, just annoyed. The van then turned down a side street, then backed onto the road that I was on, and pulled up next to me. At this point, I still wasn't scared. Again, this has happened so many times, and it never mattered if I was wearing something that showed a little more skin, or if I was wearing a winter coat zipped from below my chin all the way down to my ankles. That area is notorious for that type of activity. I decided to be firm and told the person sternly, "I'm not interested." I noticed there were two men in the van. They looked almost identical, and they may have been twins or brothers. Both men had very, very dark eyes and short, dark hair. The van didn't move. I was super annoyed and crossed the road again to get away. At this point, I figured this would be enough for them to stop following me. They didn't. They kept circling back every time I crossed the road. I've never had to put that much effort into getting a horny pervert to leave me alone. So, this was starting to feel unsafe. They zipped by me at the speed the traffic was flowing in, and I yelled for them to fuck off. I thought it finally worked. It had been about 3 minutes and I hadn't seen the van, so I thought I was in the clear. Just in case, I pulled my phone out and was getting ready to call my sister, who I lived with. Just then, the van pulled up to me very quickly, and before I could even blink, one of the men jumped out of the van, opened the back door, and approached me quickly in an aggressive manner, as if he was about to scoop me up and throw me into the vehicle. The traffic in that area is very inconsistent. It was dead, and I imagine that is what they were waiting for. Just as the man was about to place his hands on me, I tilted my phone and said, "You're being filmed in my live video chat. I gave my friends your license plate number, and the police have been notified." I was so scared, but I didn't let that show. I stayed as calm as I could. The man paused like he was considering if I was bluffing or telling the truth. So I tilted the phone more, as if to give the fake audience a better look at him. He then jumped into the van, and they sped off. I've never been the same since that night. I'm afraid of walking alone now, even in the daytime. Stay safe out there. And to the two creeps in the van, let's not ever meet. I hope karma finds you both soon. A few years ago, I entered the University of Lausanne to start my medical studies. I had just arrived in the city and even in the country. I was very excited to start my year, to discover the university, and to meet new people. Everything was going great until the end of the third week. Friday night around 9 p.m., I leave the library, say goodbye to my friends, and start to go home. The pace of work was really already very intense. We'd been working all day, and I was in a rush to get home. It was my favorite part of the day because I got to put on my music, take the subway, and then the train, and it gives me a chance to rest. Anyway, that night it was cold, so there was no one left outside. It takes me about 7 minutes to walk from the library to the subway. I'm walking quietly with my music in my ears when all of a sudden I get a shiver that runs through my body from head to toe. I start to feel uncomfortable, as if someone was watching me. And at that point, I pause my music and decide not to turn around to check, in case the person is trying to be really inconspicuous, and if I notice them, something might happen. I don't want to run either because I'm not sure if I can run faster, and I don't know where to go. At this point, we pass a glass building, so I decided to look inside and pretend I'm fixing my hair. I quickly glance in the corner of my eye, and my blood runs cold. There's definitely someone walking a few feet behind me, in a hoodie. I try to reassure myself that he's just finished work, that he's going home, that he's cold, and that's why he's wearing a hoodie. But I didn't see a backpack, and there's no houses for civilians around. I decided to send a message to my mother saying, "Come get me in front of such and such building. Please, I really don't feel safe." It's important to know that the university is 30 minutes by car from my house. At this very moment, I don't find any other solution, and I decide to take refuge in a building while waiting for my mother to come and get me. I opened the door, took off my helmet, and went down the stairs to find a hiding place. I thought I was out of trouble when suddenly I heard the door that I came in through open. This time I'm sure that he's after me, but since I'm new, I don't know this building and where it leads. I run downstairs at full speed, and I hear behind me the footsteps of this guy running down the stairs, also at full speed. I run without looking back. I'm sure that he's running faster than me and that he will catch up to me. I don't even know where I'm going, but I pray that I don't fall into a dead end. Looking back, I even think of it like the movie The Shining, in the labyrinth scene. I didn't know how far ahead of him I was, so I opened a window in the hallway to make it look like I escaped out there, and then I opened a door a little further down. It was a huge auditorium in the dark. I went down the stairs and hid under a desk in the middle right, and I put my phone on silent. My mom had been texting me a lot, asking me what was going on and saying that she was on her way with my dad. I text her, "I'm in such and such building. He's looking for me. Please come quickly." I hid under that desk thinking I was screwed, that my hiding place sucked and he was going to find me any second. Then I heard a thud and a huge scream. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life as I was when I heard that scream. For 15 minutes, my mother was sending me messages, telling me to hang on. And at the end of those 15 long minutes, waiting for him to find me, I finally got the message from my mom, where she says that she's here with the police. They're going to enter the building, and they need to know where I am. I just tell them I'm on the second floor because I have no idea which way I was going. After 2 minutes, I heard the door of the auditorium, and it was the police that had come to get me. Once I got out, they took my statement and said that they would check with the university management. The next day, they contacted us and said that they saw on the surveillance cameras that there was indeed someone who was following me when I entered the building. But there were no cameras inside. You can't see the guy's face, and therefore we don't know who it is. They just said that security was going to do patrols at night and advised me to have someone with me whenever I went out at that time. We never heard about it again, and that's good. I'm 25 years old now, and this encounter, or prolonged experience rather, started when my family and I moved into an old house that my parents renovated. I was 8 at the time. The house in itself was fine. However, we had a long garden and at the end of the property, a huge bricked barn. It had been used in the past by the military and later by firefighters for training because of its high ceilings and appearing beams, which were used for rope exercises. Anyway, I remember vividly when I first stepped inside the barn. Its gigantic structure impressed me, but I was struck by how cold it was. I don't remember if it was winter, but I used to be a very skeptical kid and always found a logical explanation until I couldn't. I lived there until I was 18, And over the years, it was always freezing inside. Summer and winter didn't make a difference. But maybe it was how it was built, that it was made this way. If it had only been that, everything would have been fine, and I would have remained that skeptical kid. But I began to feel things when I was inside, like someone watching me from behind, or feeling a presence when I knew perfectly well I was alone. There was even one area that I couldn't walk to because I felt complete terror invade me when I went to this spot. I began hating that feeling. I thought I was a scaredy cat, but it only intensified. The window of my room had a view of the garden and automatically the barn. Sometimes from the corner of my eye, I would see someone inside there. When I would look properly, no one was there. And if the door was closed, that meant it wasn't one of my family members either. Yet again, I brushed it off thinking it was an optical illusion or something. What I couldn't explain, however, was the emotions I felt when I was inside. Sadness, helplessness, sorrow. It raised chills down my spine every single time, but I couldn't understand why I was sensing or feeling these emotions. It went on for years, to the point I didn't want to go there anymore. I thought I was going insane. Until one day, a few years before we moved, my parents were told why the last owners abandoned the property. They had a 15-year-old son. He got bullied in school very badly, and he hung himself in the barn, right above the spot that terrified me. When I heard his story, everything made sense to me. I don't know if anyone will be interested in this story, but I felt I needed to write it. It still lives inside of me to this day and changed me completely. Now I'm 100% sure that ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them, exist. About 7 years ago, I was at my boat. It was an old wooden cabin cruiser that I kept at an old broken-down marina on the Chesapeake Bay. I slept on the boat in the main salon on a pull-out couch. I was lying on my back when in the middle of the night, I awoke to find myself with a giant black Labrador retriever straddling me, with legs on either side of me on the bed. He was just standing there, looking around like I wasn't there at all. I immediately thought I was dreaming. I said I was going to shut my eyes and open them, and it would be gone. I shut them and reopened them, and it was still there. It was not mean or aggressive, just huge. I shut them again and reopened them, and it was gone. Later that morning, a worker at the marina fell to his death off the top of a travel lift, which is a big crane that hauls boats in and out of the water. I had never heard anything about black dog apparitions in my life, and I thought that it was just a dream, but Googled black dog apparitions. And apparently, they are often seen near water and can be an indicator of death. I was pretty blown away after that. The boat I'm currently sleeping on is also haunted. I know it's haunted because the ghost would always play tricks on me, turning on switches to things I knew I had turned off. The ghost's favorite thing was to turn on my fresh water pump after I left. It was a pull-out switch that was on the console, and it wasn't easy to pull out either. It got so bad that one weekend I had my friend watch me turn it off. I got back the following Friday, and it was back on, of course. I believe the ghost is the original owner, a friend of mine. The boat was his pride and joy. A few months ago, I was at the local coin laundromat. The laundromat is pretty small, closer to the edge of the beach town that I live in. The town is pretty well known for drifters and people experiencing homelessness. Most people are friendly, and though there's a lot of drug use, I've never really felt scared. I went late because I had been studying that day. It was around 10 p.m. Everything was fine until I went to move my laundry to the dryer. I was listening to music on my headphones, but not super loudly. Suddenly, I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I can't really explain it, I just felt the presence. I turned around, and there was a man standing just a few feet away from me. He was a guy with pink hair who was wearing a full face mask, like a ski mask, a hoodie, gloves, and sunglasses, even though it was dark out. The gloves and sunglasses immediately made me feel uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was a drifter or high, but I didn't want to be rude. I tried to laugh it off and told him he surprised me. He immediately started talking. A lot of it was disjointed, and it just didn't make any sense. He was talking about coming up from Brazil to bring my brother money to get a classic car. Again, none of it really made much sense, but he would ask me questions and wait for me to respond, so I tried to just play along. I still thought he was probably just high or something, but he was standing between me and the only door, and I started getting this gut feeling that he was blocking the door on purpose, not just accidentally as he talked to me. He was getting closer to me as he talked, and the feeling got stronger. Logically, something was off, but mostly, I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I needed to leave and keep him talking until I could. I started to edge to the side, but he stayed in front of me, and the feeling got more intense. I started to grip my keys in an attack position, just in case. He talked more and then backed off a little. He took off his backpack, which was a child's unicorn backpack, and he set it on a nearby dryer. I looked over to the door for just a second, and when I looked back, he was pulling out something that I couldn't see and holding it to the side behind him, concealing it from me. But I did see what was in his backpack: duct tape. Instantly, it was just like an alarm went off. There was no more worrying about being rude, no more second-guessing myself that he was just off but harmless. It was like this cold, numb dread just washed over me. I almost felt calm, like I knew the next steps, knew that I had to do something. Time seemed to move in slow motion, and he turned back to me, not saying anything anymore, and took a step forward. I gripped my keys as tightly as possible and tried to mentally prepare to fight. I remember being afraid that I would move too slow or be too weak, like in a nightmare. But all of a sudden, the door to the laundromat opens, and a woman walked in. Barely even looking at us, she just went to get her laundry. It was like a scene in a movie, a moment of intensity just interrupted by something innocuous, and suddenly, it's over. He just turned, got his bag, and left. I was so scared I just stayed there a minute until I could get my laundry and just go home. I didn't report it. I never knew what to say since nothing had actually happened. But when I think about it, I think the scariest thing is that he left as soon as someone walked in. If he was just crazy, it wouldn't have mattered. I think a stranger's laundry timer saved me from something terrible. I don't go to the laundromat anymore. I joined a laundry service. The extra cost is worth it to never go back. So to the man with the pink hair and the unicorn backpack, let's not meet again. So this happened somewhere in the middle of 2017. I'm not sure as for the other countries, but here in Brazil, all houses are gated for safety. And the only places where you can find houses with their front doors leading directly to the streets are in closed condos. My friend James threw a small group hangout at his place. He lived in one of those condos with dozens of identical small houses. So it was maybe 5 or 6 of us, clutched in a tight living room, having pizza and watching some shit on TV. We were all going to have a sleepover that night, and as it is for every group hangout we have, everyone would possibly spend the night awake. It was maybe around 1 a.m. when we all decided to go for a late night walk around the condo. It's pretty safe, with tall walls and a good doorman, as all condos should. So it's always nice to walk around there. We all went slowly down the street, passing through many houses identical to his, talking quietly so we didn't wake up the neighbors. Eventually we stopped by the empty children's playground and decided to climb the little wooden jungle gym. There was enough room for all 5 or 6 of us to sit, talk, smoke, and hang out. No one around, no annoying kids, just silence and peace for us to chill. Behind this playground, there was one of the condo walls, and behind that wall, some woods with big trees looming over us. On the other side, the street, then the sidewalk, and the many identical houses. Every 2 houses, there was a light pole, lighting everything up. We were all talking about random stuff, listening to music on a very low volume on someone's phone, when eventually we ended up getting into the paranormal subject. As our topics came and went on spirits, ghosts, spooky stuff, horror movies, etc., and so forth, we noticed James, our host, get quite tense. He wasn't necessarily into the conversation and was visibly getting serious and gloomy. All of a sudden, he said something along the lines of, "Yeah, we shouldn't be talking about those things so nonchalantly and deliberately. Kind of bothers them." All of us knew that James was a medium. He'd mentioned a lot of times how he'd always see spirits and interact with entities in his childhood, but he ended up blocking that away, however, still seeing stuff every now and then. Even those of us who weren't spiritual or anything respected him, and we never dared to doubt a thing that he said, mostly because of his grandma. He still lived with and cared for her. She was highly spiritual, and on many occasions confirmed that what he was saying was the truth. Therefore, when James said that, we all just nodded and changed the subject. A few minutes later, James was still a bit shook, and he said to us, "It's getting a bit late, and you're all kind of loud, guys. We're going to get called on if we stay out here. Let's go back and drink some more." We all shrugged, agreed, and hopped off the wooden house. Then, when we were all going up the street, James looked back apprehensively and said, "So, as I said, please avoid talking about that stuff that way, out of nowhere." He's been standing near that light pole, looking at us, since y'all first touched that topic. Needless to say, we all got terrified, shitless, and bolted up the street. Later on, we tried to talk him into elaborating further upon what had happened. He clarified that the male entity meant no harm and was purely looking at us as if curious. I remember questioning James why he saw it if he had blocked it out of his mind. And he said that he's been trying to sort of reconnect with the other side in hopes of seeing his deceased mother again. We haven't talked much about spirits since then.